Again, calling the meeting to order, and we'll pass it to Clementine for a roll call vote and sharing with the public on how they can participate in public comment.
Councilmember Barber,
Present.
Councilmember Garcia,
Here.
Councilmember Hoffa,
Here.
Councilmember Smith, and Mayor Williamson.
Here.
And information on participating in this meeting and providing public comment, including remotely by Zoom or telephone, is available on this meeting's agenda, which is online at isearchmonterey.org. And we have copies here in the room. Remote commenters, you will be muted until it is your turn to speak, and a timer will be shown on the screen. If you're connected on Zoom, the timer is accurate with no delay. In the chamber, we recommend wearing masks and ask attendees to keep your phones and devices muted to prevent audio interference with the meeting. Thank you for participating in your city government.
Thank you, Clementine. And next we will go to presentations. The first one is the DLI Joint Service Awards. This is a tradition that we do regularly on the council, and it really just speaks to the great partnership that we have here in the city of Monterey with our military installations, but particularly the Defense Language Institute stationed here. And so with that, I will read off one of the proclamations that we have here, which is reiterated, generally speaking, on the rest. And I understand that Sergeant Jason Kashuba isn't here today, but somebody will be accepting this on his behalf. So it states, whereas the Defense Language Institute Foreign Language Center has established the quarterly Joint Service Non-Commissioned Officer, Petty Officer, and Junior Enlisted Board, and whereas a recipient of the board award, Sergeant Jason Kashuba, has demonstrated extraordinary personal abilities, leadership skills, and knowledge of the history of the Presidio of Monterey and DLI FLC, chain of command, world events, customs and courtesies, first aid, code of conduct, uniform code of military justice, military leadership, and the armed forces insignia. And whereas the Monterey community is proud of the country's service members as well as its outstanding relationship with DLI FLC, now therefore it be proclaimed that I, Tyler Williamson, Mayor, the City of Monterey, on behalf of our City Council and citizens, hereby recognize Sergeant Jason Kashuba, United States Marine Corps, for a job well done, and thank them for their continuing contributions to the armed services and to our nation. So why don't we give it up for Sergeant Kashuba? And since Jason isn't here, what language is Jason learning? We can't.
He's actually category, sir. He was here before as a student, and I believe it was Iraqi.
Okay, Arabic. Okay, awesome, awesome, very cool. Well, I think we'll have a few more opportunities here for folks to guess. So this is an interactive process for everybody that's present here today. So next up, we have Airman First Class Clara Hendrickson. And essentially the same proclamation. And if you would like to come up and share a few words, I think you'll be sharing it in the language that you're learning. And don't tell us, because then we'll have to guess.
Здравствуйте, меня зовут Клара Хендриксон. Я служу в ВВС, я уже служу чуть больше года, но мой выпускной день уже скоро, через месяц. Так что я очень благодарна всем вам, уважаемым людям и моим начальствам. Да, и все.
Awesome. And do you want to share with us what you said in English?
I basically said, no, my name is Clara Hendrickson. I'm in the Air Force. I've been serving for a little bit over a year, and I'm about to graduate in a month. So it's already pretty soon.
Awesome. All right. What are the guesses? We have Ukrainian, German, and Russian. Right. I'm hearing predominantly Russian.
Yep, that's correct.
Hey. And you get a car, and you get a car. All right, Clara, why don't you come on up and receive this? Everybody get up for Clara. Maybe we'll take a photo with you, the rest of the council. Yes, congratulations. Yeah. All right, next up, we have Sergeant Christian Moctezuma Berrios.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. اسمي ركيب مoctezuma وأنا طلاب في المعهد الدفاع للغات أدرس اللغة العربية الفصحى وأنا سعيد يكون في اليوم في هنا. شكرا.
Okay, and you want to share that in English? Yes.
Peace and blessings be upon all of you. I am Sergeant Moctezuma. I am a student in a Defense Language Institute. I study, then I will be. Wait.
You caught yourself. Good, good.
And thank you to you all for being here.
All right, what do we have here? Arabic, Farsi. I hear Arabic and Farsi. I'm gonna go with Arabic.
Yes, Arabic.
Yeah, I get a car.
Modern standard, modern standard,
Say it again.
modern standard Arabic.
Modern Standard Arabic. Okay, awesome. Thank you. Why don't you come up and get this, and everybody please give it up.
All right.
Congratulations.
Congrats.
All right, please give it up one more time for these wonderful students. Don't feel like you have to stick around, but if you like, you can also stay. So thank you all.
Thank you. Congratulations.
All right, next up, the second presentation is a recognition of February 2024 as Black History Month. As I understand it, this is the first time that we've done this in the city of Monterey. And so it's just our recognition of the need to be able to do a small act of recognition in regards to the diversity that exists within our community and within our larger region. And so I'm going to try to find a few lines out of this. Is a little bit long, so I won't read the whole thing. But whereas in 1926, Harvard scholar Carter G. Woodson founded the first African-American History Week in the Association for the Study of African-American Life and History to bring attention to the need of acknowledging Black history and representing those voices lost of time. Whereas the month of February was chosen by Carter Woodson as a month of tradition and reform, the month of February encompasses the birthday of President Abraham Lincoln and Frederick Douglass, the two Americans who had prominent roles in shaping Black history. While recognizing traditional celebrations of the birthdays of the two men, Woodson hoped to inspire reform and refocusing on the contributions of the countless Black men and women throughout history who have continued to advance our nation. And whereas Black History Month was officially recognized by President Gerald Ford in 1976, calling upon the American people to seize the opportunity to honor the too often neglected accomplishments of Black Americans in every area of endeavor throughout our history. And since every U.S. president has designated February as Black History Month, and whereas the city of Monterey recognizes and commends the generations of individuals on the Monterey Peninsula who have fought for equality in the face of racial discrimination and adversity, from those of African heritage who first came to the peninsula in the 70s when it was under Spanish rule, to the Buffalo Soldiers who were stationed in Monterey in 1902 before riding to Yosemite to become some of the first park rangers, to the members of longstanding local National Association of Advancement of Colored People, NAACP, chapters who were responsible for bringing awareness to struggles beyond struggle members of the community faced on a daily basis. And whereas a community, we can celebrate Black History Month and continue to work together towards a more fair and inclusive future. So, and with that, we'll claim February Black History Month here in the city of Monterey. So thank you all for that. All right, and with that, that's the end of our presentations. We will move on to general public comment. So for those that are wishing to speak, I would just ask that you either stand by the podium or raise your hand. And for those that are online, I ask that you use the raise hand function on the Zoom. We're going to go ahead and capture everybody who wants to speak during public comment now. So please self-identify, and if you're not identified now, then you won't have a chance to speak. So in the chamber, anybody else other than these three individuals that want to speak during general public comment for things that are not on today's agenda? All right, so we have the 3 in the chamber. I'll do a countdown for folks online to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have nobody online. All right, so we'll go ahead and start here in the chamber. And you have 3 minutes.
Thanks, City Council. I was here last month. Can you hear me? With this same billboard, Silent California, Failing America. And then the next thing you know, California almost eerily gets whacked by the worst storm in 150 years for the state? Especially hard hit with Monterey, who lost 2/3 of what would have been revenue from the AT&T. Yesterday, a guy gave me the bird because he saw my van. Normally, people give me the high five, but I guess he was blaming that weather on me. Well, I have to admit, I've said before at this council, I've got supernatural forces protecting me and helping me. One of the first things I remember is a roommate of mine in college bent my thumb back while I was asleep, and because I had a golf career, he was jealous of. And years later, I had an MGB, he had a GTO. And years later, he traded down to a sports car 2-seater Volvo and wound up crashing, ended up in the hospital. My father was the doctor that was fixing him. And it must have been weird for him to see my father, the guy whose son he bent his thumb back on, witnessing him after he wrecked his sports car. That's just an example. I told you how the biggest fire that ever hit Santa Rosa happened on John Lennon's birthday. The Loma Prieta quake happened as I was taking the podium in Santa Rosa, literally. And I do believe that the supernatural force is involved with this storm. And if it makes you even 3% closer to helping me, jail, arrest, convict, and execute Stephen King, it was worth it. It was absolutely worth it. But I found what I'm up against is jealousy, number 1, fear, number 2, ignorance, number 3. I see all these people spinning their wheels on talk radio trying to save the world from evil Biden. Well, yes, Biden is evil. He is a communist. He and Obama did try to kill me. In fact, San Diego got whacked maybe because a Navy cadet tried to kill me on the freeway. And then LA got whacked probably because some guy in Venice gave me whiplash with a sucker punch. But the point I'm making is this. Stephen King did kill John Lennon. If you don't care about that, you deserve an asteroid to end you. Because really, it's worse than death living like that. Oh, well, Stephen King gets to kill John Lennon and get away with it because we're pussies. I'd rather see you all dead from a meteorite than live like that. I'm willing to risk my life so that that doesn't happen. Every Sunday, I have rallies downtown Monterey. 12 o'clock, Alvarado Street. You're welcome to come. By the way, I still look like hell, even though I quit marijuana, alcohol, and I'm now quitting coffee. Seeing myself last time I was on the monitor here convinced me to quit pot. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor Williamson, members of the council. My name is Dylan George. I'm a local government affairs representative for Pacific Gas and Electric. Wanted to share a bit about the storm response. This is what we've seen over the last several days. I'm in town as part of a specialized incident management team. PG&E knew that this storm promised to be one of the biggest that we'd ever seen in our history. It certainly packed a punch. We saw the 3rd most outages that we'd ever seen in a single day in PG&E history on Monday. Monterey County was especially hit hard. That's why we brought the team here. As you can see on your screen there, we had over 688,000 customers out at the peak on Sunday, about 75,000 of those here in our Central Coast Division. That's Monterey, Santa Cruz, San Benito counties, and then about 10,000 specifically in Monterey City. So we pre-staged our electric crews, brought in 30 crews. We've increased that over the last couple of days up to 47. Vegetation management personnel. We have a lot of trees down, trees in the wires and that kind of thing that are affecting our crews. So could move to the next slide. Also want to introduce, I have with me Mike Weber. He's a public safety specialist for PG&E. He's been up here working a lot with your city staff over the last several days. So this is just a few of the damage locations and gives you kind of a bit of a flavor for what we've seen out there. 256 electric damage locations located so far. We still haven't been able to get access to everything to see. We think that number is going to continue to go up over the next several days. Next slide, please. This gives you a snapshot of the Monterey Peninsula, the amount of outage activity that we've seen over the last several days. Beginning there on the left side, that's Sunday night. That's kind of the peak of the storm after it rolled through, after the hurricane force winds rolled through. You could see really almost the entire peninsula out of power there. That's when we had about 10,000 out in Monterey. We were able to restore about 2,500 customers in Monterey that night. The next day, Monday night, by the end of the day, I think we were down to about 3,000 customers out in Monterey. Today, we've made even more progress. We're down to about 1,700 customers still out. I think by the end of the day, we'll see that number go down even further as our crews are able to get out and do some work. At this point, the Monterey Peninsula is the biggest area affected in the Central Coast. So we really dispatched all of our crews pretty much out there. So next slide. I'll talk just a bit about the coordination between the city and PG&E over the last several days. I mentioned Mike being here. He's been embedded in the County Department of Emergency Management. Also worked a lot with your city staff. I will commend your city staff. They've done a great job throughout the storm response. He's worked especially with your city forester, Mr. Norton. They've been attached at the hip, going around to various locations to try to make sure we work together to clear hazards so that you guys can reopen roads and get the public safety necessities back to work here in your city. We have done extensive outreach to customers. That's the end of my 3 minutes, but I just want to thank you all. We appreciate everybody's patience over the last several days. This storm has been unlike much we've ever seen before, and we expect to have everybody up and running within the next several days. So, thank you all for your cooperation and support.
Dylan, thanks for coming by and presenting. I'm wondering if I'm not sure who might be more appropriate, you or Mike, to maybe connect with staff. We would love to have you come back and maybe get you all on the agenda so that we can have a deeper conversation with the council and the public, if that's something that
We'd be happy to do that. I'm not sure if it will be me, but we will happily provide somebody from PG&E to come give you an update. Yeah,
okay, perfect.
absolutely. Yeah.
And are you connected with somebody on the staff?
Hans and I have been in communication throughout the day. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much.
Do I have to do anything with this?
You are all set.
I am?
You are.
Okay. My name is Robin Dometer, and I'm representing a group that live in Skyline Forest and throughout Monterey who are wanting to request the city to do an in-depth study, not just a study, but an in-depth study of the safety of Skyline Forest and Highway 68. We've had in our cul-de-sac of only 8 homes, 2 people there, 2 residents have had their cars totaled trying to get in and out of there. And the last one, they had to use the jaws of life in order to get them out. And then they took them to the trauma center in Salinas. So we started meeting because we were so concerned about our neighborhood and our people in Monterey. And the city requested that we go to the Neighborhood Association of Skyline Forest, which we did do. And after several phone calls and meeting with them, we figured that they were basically dysfunctional. So we are now working with this Caltrans, and Caltrans is helping us to facilitate getting these in-depth studies so that we can all get through that intersection. That intersection was never built for what's happening up there now. There's major traffic, there's events more in Monterey than we used to have. It's just a mess. You that live up there, you cannot make a left or right-hand turn safely out of the neighborhood. You have to have somebody sitting on your shoulder, an angel, to do that. And I'm sure everyone here in the council and in the audience have had a very scary time up there. I know I have several times. So what we're wanting is to have the city to work with Caltrans in order to facilitate this, because we've worked on this for over 3 years now, and it's been quite a journey because we didn't know what we were doing. And the end results is to come back to the city and have them help us. So that's why I'm here today. And I'm hoping that I gave this gentleman over here, I don't know who he is, but Nate, my contact information so that you can further get in touch with us and do something for us. I did it and I had 40 seconds.
There
to
you
do
go.
it.
You could keep going if you'd
I-
like. I mean.
Going. Well, one thing is to be able to get to the hospital. We have a lot of doctors that live in our community, particularly like, baby delivering doctors, the pediatricians. And it's almost impossible to get out of there certain times of the day. And when you do, the traffic is just scary up there. So we're asking you for help. And that would be not just a study, but an in-depth study of that to make that place safe. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment.
Thank you all.
Alrighty, and with that, we will close general public comment and move to the consent agenda. And it looks like we have a request to pull items 8 and 9. Does anybody on the council wish to pull anything else?
I'd like to pull 10 just for a comment.
Perfect. Councilmember Smith?
9, you said is being pulled?
That's correct.
And 12.
And 12. So 8,
think
9,
mine
and
is
12.
continued, right? Not pulled, continued.
10 and 12. 8, 9, 10, and 12.
9 is continued to March 10. Number 9.
Okay. But we do have to
So
take a
we-
motion on that.
Yeah, we ask that council makes a motion to continue that item to date March. Give me the date, please. March 5th. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll pull 9. I'm sorry, we'll pull
10.
8 and
9, 10, and 12.
12.
8, 10, and 12. 8, 10, and 12.
Write this
asking
down.
For continuance for 9.
Hmm.
So pulling 8, and 12, and asking for continuance.
You pulled
for
12,
9. You pulled
Ed?
12.
Yes.
and you wanted us to speak to 10.
10, just.
We don't need to pull it.
No.
And 12, I don't need a presentation, just, I think we'll pull it, but I need comments, so that's why we need it.
Okay,
Do you just want to make a comment, Ed?
Well, I think staff's gonna have to respond.
Okay. Okay.
and then there's a new item 13 that was added ratifying that the city manager's proclamation of a legal emergency due to the storms.
Mhm.
And we'll need a 4/5 vote on that. Okay. So we're pulling 8 and 12. Let's take it out to the public to see if there are any comments on any items on the consent agenda, or if there's a desire to pull anything from the consent agenda. Anybody in the chamber? All right, let's take it online. We'll do a countdown for folks to use the raise hand function if you want to either pull or speak to an item on the agenda.
I'm on item 11. I'm sorry.
No,
For
you're
me,
okay.
the comment is
Okay.
not 10, it's 11.
Your face. Okay, we'll do a countdown to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have one person online, and we'll go ahead and close public comment and the opportunity for folks to join the list on public comment and go to this one speaker.
I'll call on Esther Malkin.
Good afternoon, everybody. I just wanted to comment on 14. I'm not sure if that's part of the consent or not.
Hmm. No.
It is on the consent. You can go ahead and speak to it.
Now?
Yes, you can.
Yeah, so I wanted to thank our resident Kathy Boya from our neighborhood for deciding that she is able to serve on the Parks and Rec Commission. I really appreciate it as the president of the neighborhood association. She has always been very much on top of the issues going on at Laguna Grande Court, as well as with Fortag. And it really is about time that we have representation on that commission, given that that park is the largest park on the peninsula. So thank you to Kathy. I'm not sure if she's there or not, but really appreciate that she's willing to serve on that. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we will close public comment and bring it back to the council. I'll start with Councilmember Hoffa, if you want to speak to item number 11.
Yeah, so item 11, the council's appropriating $10,000 towards the Monterey County Business Council as part of a larger matching grant to help fund small business development and to support small businesses. And I just wanted to appreciate staff for bringing this forward. I think it's a really good initiative. So thank you very much.
Okay. Any other comment? So we're going to, just to reiterate, we're pulling 8 and 12. And then 9, we're going to, is it 9?
Yes.
9, we're going to continue.
To
So
March-
let's
To
pull,
March 5th.
can we make that continuance part of the approval for the consent agenda, or should we do it separate?
Agenda as amended with that.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so does somebody want to make a motion to that extent?
Sure, I would move that we approve the consent agenda minus items 8
12.
and 12, and with a continuation of item 9 to March 5th.
Second.
Awesome. All right, any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. We'll go ahead to item number 8, which is an award contract for landscape maintenance of $250,000 to Town and Country Gardening and Landscaping. And we'll pass it to Hans for staff presentation.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, council members, this item was pulled, but the person or the entity who pulled the item is not here. If I see that correctly, that's an approval for a landscaping contract that will help our crews to do some additional work in areas where we just don't have the right crew sizes, or where we just want to use outside help to build up the resources and to do point solutions, i.e. clean up in green belts from encampments or work in the median and etc. So that's a contract for $220,000, I believe. And I don't know if we need a HR presentation since nobody else is here to speak about it.
Yeah, maybe let's go to public comment, and
Yeah.
if there's a need for questions, then maybe we can pull them back up. And just to clarify, it's 250,000. So I will go out to, oh, actually, I'm sorry, council, does council have any questions? All right, take it out to the public. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? All right, anybody online, please use the raise hand function, and I'll do a countdown to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we don't have anybody online, so there are no public comments. We'll bring it back to the council for a motion and deliberation.
A motion for approval.
Moved by Councilmember Barber,
Second.
seconded by Councilmember Smith. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Move to item number 12. Which is to authorize use of live scan technology to assist the city of Monterey in implementing its cannabis business regulatory permit regulations. And with that, I'll pass it to Hans for staff presentation.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, council members, I let Nat explain that. In short, it's basically catching up with our application and allowing us to provide certain live scan abilities through the Federal Bureau of Investigations, but Nat can talk a little bit more about that.
That's right. Through the cannabis permit application process, all of the business owners and prospective applicants have had to go through a live scan process, the fingerprinting process, to do a background check. The Monterey Police Department currently is only authorized to receive state data through the State of California Department of Justice, and not federal data through the Federal Bureau of Investigation and what we know is federal criminal activity. So this resolution is a template resolution that is provided to us by the California Department of Justice that authorizes the City of Monterey Police Department to receive that federal criminal history, which we would like to have that background check on before any cannabis applications are awarded.
All right. Thank you for the presentation. We'll bring it back to the council. Are there any questions?
Yes.
Councilmember Smith.
Yeah, under the reading of this, I just want to say that I'm not objecting to the process. As a matter of fact, I think it's an integral necessity in the business. The concern I have, and maybe it's a question that we can resolve with the city attorney, under the outline in the staff report under 2C, where it describes employee persons who are participating, whether directly or indirectly, in the cannabis business, they're going to be subjected to the live scan process. So the question I have is in terms of, there's a lot of variations of how you describe an employee. Employee is salaried, an employee is contracted, employee is part-time, full-time, seasonal, maybe it's a 1099. So I want to make sure that we have this included where the intent of this is that anyone who is deriving an occupation, whether part-time or full-time or seasonal or as a contract employee as a needed basis, is included in the requirement of live scan. And I know we have to resolve this by, well, what does the State Cannabis Act include? So I don't know what that includes. And so the question is it comprehensive enough to say everyone who is going to be working there or even volunteering there has to have live scan? And do we have the support of that with the California cannabis law?
Our cannabis ordinance does dictate who requires to be scanned, and I just need a few minutes to pull that up. So it specifies who must go through this process.
Okay.
Mhm.
So the ordinance is comprehensive enough to project the future conditions of employees, because we know now that employees come in all variations. And there could even be an employee of the business, but they never go to the business because they work at home. So the intent of this is that those would be included in the requirement of live scan.
I'll pull up the specific language. If employees change, and I believe agents as well as listed in the ordinance, the cannabis business must update the police department and go through this process. So you can't just add new people after a permit has been awarded. It has to
Mhm.
stay contemporary. So let me just have a second here and I'll pull up the city code.
Maybe while Chrissy's looking that up, maybe we can just check in with the rest of the council to see if there are any other questions. Yeah. Maybe can we do public comment and then come back and,
That's a good idea.
okay.
I'm good with that.
So let's take it out to the public. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? All right, anybody online? We'll do a countdown to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we're not seeing any hands up online. So with that, we'll bring it back to the council for discussion.
So just very quickly, I appreciate you pointing that out, dealing with the employee part. But and I guess we'll get more understanding with that then, but I'm thinking in terms of, since it's saying participating could be voluntary, participating could be,
Mhm.
as part of the staff or whatever, whether directly or indirectly. Hopefully that will come across and what the state has. And I think that's what you're trying to make sure that it's compliant with that.
Mhm.
But I think the way it reads should be okay because it's saying participating directly or indirectly. So I think it's just a good thing regardless, because live scan, especially from a federal point of view, to
Mhm.
have all that for safety points. So I
Right.
appreciate you bringing that up. Thank you.
Right, and through the chair,
Mhm.
Mayor, if I may add that, I think it's just really important that we as a council get involved in actually saying, what is the intent of the ordinance? This is what we want, and I think that helps city attorneys as they go forward, as they're defending what we voted on. So I just wanted to make sure that we have the intent that includes all employees of any kind as it's spelled out. And as we may have to change words in the future, we want to make sure that it's comprehensive enough to fight the battle, as we know potential permit holders may try and circumvent the letter that is there. But I want it on the record that we don't want that to happen. that anyone who is involved in the business, whether they work at home or they're on the site and they participate in the business of any kind, must participate in the live scan. So I just want to make sure that was on the record.
Okay.
And I don't know that I need to wait for a legal. I know how comprehensive it is to read through what the state cannabis law says.
Yeah, I'm fairly certain that it's very broad and comprehensive. I understand what your intent is saying here. And the action this afternoon is really to just allow us to get the information from the FBI.
Right.
Which is a separate thing from our cannabis ordinance. If I take into consideration the comments you've said and re-review the ordinance and feel like it's not covering what you would like it to, I'll come back with an amendment.
And I can add as well, in the security section of our cannabis ordinance, it specifies that every owner, manager, supervisor, or employee of the cannabis business must submit fingerprints and other information necessary as deemed by the city manager for a background check by the police department. So we ensure that not only employees, but managers, supervisors, everyone under that definition
Right.
must go through that background check.
Yeah, and to that point also, the definition of employee in the code is persons who are participating, whether directly or indirectly, in the cannabis business regulated under this article. So that's a very broad definition.
And just to make a comment, the way I would interpret that as what I read is if they had a contractor that was the cleaning service that comes in under their supervision, that cleaning service has to have their employees submit to LiveScan as well. So I know that there will be battles in the future, if not this jurisdiction, other jurisdictions. But I just wanted to point out that we need to hold true to the requirements. And I know this is like the first thing is we need to include the live scan and set that up through the police department. But the wordsmithing of the ordinance is very important to make sure that no one is excluded and no one is not live scanned to make sure that the police department has what they need to be the enforcing agent for this industry. Merritt, that's all I had.
I
Thank
think
you.
those are good points. And I think I just need a little time to think about what you've said and go back and read from beginning to end the ordinance and this and make sure it's covering what you're suggesting.
Yeah, there's a lot of moving parts in the industry, and I've had several conversations recently with other jurisdictions and how they're managing current events. And sometimes we don't think about others that are loosely participating in a business. But what we're saying is we want to capture all of the information about anyone who is connected to the business, even if it's a subcontractor of that business.
Absolutely. I appreciate your feedback there. I mean, just taking the point that you're making around cleaning services. We don't know if somebody's coming in with some type of ulterior motive, and
Right.
it'd be good for us to do our due diligence and making sure that we're checking that everything is on the up and up. So I appreciate the additional feedback. Anything else from the rest of the council? All right, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make the motion to approve of agenda item 12.
And I'll second that.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Any other comments? All right, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. We'll now move to public comments for items on the closed session. The closed session item is a conference with agency labor negotiators Brett Neal and Gina Russo.
Mr. Mayor, point of order. Do we need to do 13 as a separate motion, I think?
No, it was included in the,
Oh, okay.
it was included in the consent. Thank you. So conference negotiator with our two HR folks regarding employee organizations, general employees of Monterey, also known as GEM, Management Employees Association, MEA, Monterey Police Association, MPA, Police Lieutenants Management Association, PLMA, Monterey Firefighters Association, MFFA, Monterey Fire Chief Officers Association, MFCOA, Monterey Executive Management Employees Association, MEMIA. Any public comment from those in the chamber on this item? All right, anybody online? If you use the raise hand function, I'll give a countdown to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have no hands up, so we'll go ahead and close public comment for closed session. And with that, we'll go ahead and adjourn to closed session. Thank you, everybody. We'll be back at 7 o'clock if you want to join us again. Just saying.
but that may be the last of Skyline. So you didn't buy a generator?
Yeah.
So what are you waiting for?
So. I've generated to the Secretary of Finance.
Yeah. Yeah.
And.
Well, do you want one that runs the whole house?
Yes,
So you want one that's like $10,000?
I don't know. This is several.
Yeah.
Complimentary, that's one.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Like. Yellow. This is Rich yellow at his house when he lived up on.
Yeah.
He had a nice.
Right.
Place then.
Yeah.
Always like.
Yeah.
Now they come more informed.
Yes. And different features. Yeah.
So.
Yeah. That's just a line. Yeah.
Yeah, that would power.
Yeah. Yeah. Mhm.
This is a small one.
Mhm. Yeah. 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 So mine is 2,500 watts. It's very quiet, sits on our deck and doesn't interrupt our sleep. Are we having technology problems? So
Hey, just to give everybody a heads up, we're just waiting for them to get connected in the back to make sure that the Zoom is working. So we'll just be another few minutes here. Appreciate everybody's patience.
One, two, three, quick mic check.
All right. I'll do a countdown to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Recording in progress.
All right, we're going to go ahead and reconvene the council meeting for this Tuesday, February 6th. We will start with the Pledge of Allegiance, and I'll ask Councilmember Garcia to kick us off here.
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Gino. All right, with that, we will move to general public comment. But before we do that, I will ask Clementine to share with you all how to participate.
Thank you, Mayor. Information on participating in this meeting and providing public comment, including remotely by Zoom or telephone, is available on the agenda, which is online at isearchmonterey.org, and we also have copies in the chamber. Remote commenters, you will be muted until it is your turn to speak, and a timer will be shown on the screen. If you're connected on Zoom, the timer is accurate with no delay. In the chamber, we recommend wearing masks and ask attendees to keep phones and devices muted to prevent audio interference with the meeting. Thank you for participating in your city government.
All right, thank you, Clementine. All right, so with that, we will go ahead and open up to public comment. Anybody in the chamber, I ask that you either stand up in line by the podium or raise your hand to be identified. And then for those that are participating via Zoom, if you use the raise hand function. So I see 3 folks standing. Anybody else wish to speak during public comment? I see. So we have 4 folks standing, 5 folks. So anybody else other than the 5 folks that are standing that want to speak, because afterwards, we're going to close it off and only these 5 people are going to be able to speak. So I just want to make sure that we're all being identified. Okay, so we have the 5 folks in the chamber, and then I'll go ahead and do a countdown for the folks online to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have 3 folks online, so we're going to go ahead and close the opportunity for folks to join public comment, and we'll go ahead and start here in the chamber. Mr. Raleigh.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Mayor and staff. Tom Raleigh, President, Fisherman's Flats Homeowners and Residents Association. Just want to reiterate what I mentioned at the last meeting at the end of my comments, that our annual meeting and elections this year will be at the Living Hope Church Monday, April 8th. Doors open about 6:30 and meeting starts promptly at 7. That's Monday, April 8th. I'm going in to have surgery next week, get my left hip replaced. So I will not be able to immediately follow through on my threat to bring a ballot measure on the Highway 68 area plan, but I still intend to do that while I'm recuperating at home. So unless you guys get off the dime and get something going, Mr. City Manager, you're going to get something that I'm creating. So you have a little extra opportunity to get going on your own. And I urge you, Mr. Mayor, to take some leadership to change the Highway 68 area plan to delete the requirement for level of service C, which was a requirement back in the 80s when that was passed by the voters. So thank you.
Hi, my name is Nancy Soule. I live in Old Town and I'm also a member of the Community Emergency Response Team. The storms of this weekend have been another wake-up call. The Monterey Herald reported on today's front page a significant number of power lines that were brought down by falling trees. Less than a year ago, Lahaina experienced devastating fires that destroyed the city, which Hawaiian Electric attributed to high winds that initially caused a power line to come down, sparking a fire. Adding to that catastrophe was the fact that many could not evacuate due to abandoned cars and a, quote, web of downed power lines, unquote. We have all seen the ugliness of the sagging power lines that crisscross Pacific Street. We have experienced the loss of power for several days last year and again this year when downed power lines cut off service to Monterey, Pacific Grove, and Pebble Beach. Many even now have no power. As a member of the Community Emergency Response Team, I witnessed the need for safe evacuation corridors. I know that at times, downed power lines shut down some of these routes. I heard that during last year's storms, at various times, Highway 1 was closed from a downed power line. Highway 68 was closed below Chomp from a downed power line. Carmel Valley Road was flooded. Del Monte Road was closed due to a downed power line, and signs were posted warning of flooding in the tunnel. What if these events had all happened simultaneously? Would we be able to evacuate? We need you to act on undergrounding utilities on important evacuation routes. The health and safety of our citizens depends on it. Thank you.
John Sovereign, resident of Monterey, Monterey Vista neighborhood. I too want to thank the safety teams and city staff for keeping us safe this past week. It was quite a storm, and it's a new year. We have much work in front of us. And my observation, the divisiveness across our country is a real problem. We need to do something. And the only thing that I've come up with so far is to have a broader mix of the secular and divine in our daily life. Whether your divine source of authority is that flag or the Declaration or the Bible or the Quran or the poetry of Buddha, let us find peace. Let us seek peace. Let us end the petty squabbling and divisions. We have work to do. We have many challenges, and there is suffering. But we are also a rich nation and a rich city. There are billions of people in the world whose dream is to live the life that we live. So I pray that the council be given wisdom, the wisdom to know the difference between what you can change and what you should accept. And I won't address the letter that I sent today. I'll hopefully address that later tonight. I used some strong language. I felt it was necessary. I did it out of love for our fair city. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dave Kinnear. I'm a Monterey County resident. And kind of sad that I have to bring this subject up to you, but I've been having some communication issues with your staff for the past 4 months. And unfortunately, it's culminated into a few personal issues with me, and I don't know where else to turn. This culminated with, or started with a call. Actually, it culminated last week when my employer received a call from your city manager complaining about me. And I take that very seriously. affects my employment, affects my life, affects my family. I don't appreciate it. It started back on September 22nd when I brought up a traffic signal issue with your traffic engineering assistant, Marissa Garcia. I spent 3 months trying to get her to respond to 5 emails I sent her. I also followed up with 3 voicemail messages. And she finally returned my call on January 11th. I had to go to talk to her boss, Andrea Rainey, the Public Works Director. And for a month, I left her 7 voicemail messages. And finally, she sent me an email saying this issue was resolved, but she never answered my question. Being unsuccessful with Andrea, I called Hans. He got back to me in a week and hung up on me when I asked him why he can't have his staff return calls. He says, we do return calls. So I just don't understand the treatment I've been given. I still don't have an answer to my simple question, and I really would like to get a response. The answer I got from Marissa was that she just felt that she had a lot of other projects and people to reply to, and she came down with COVID. She couldn't get back to me for 4 months. I said, can't you at least apologize? She said, after silence, she says, quote unquote, I'm sorry, I didn't get back to you in a time that met with your satisfaction. So then when I got a hold of Hans, he told me that he understood that his public works staff had some email exchanges with me. I said, no, they didn't. They never returned my calls. And he says, I said, is it in your policy to return calls? He said, yes, it is. I said, well, that's not the case for me. And when I asked Marissa to return my call, she finally called me back and he says, okay, well then we got back to you. And that concludes my call with you as well, Mr. Kinnear. Goodbye. And he hung up on me.
All right, sir.
So all I ask is, what's the purpose of him calling my boss and threatening my employment? Can you answer that question?
That's your time. And if you have additional public comment, feel free to email the council and we can address that.
I have my reports right here with all the emails.
Sir, sorry, I'm just out of respect for everybody else. That's
I'll just hand
time.
them to you.
Thank you.
Bruce Anetta, member of Monterey Vista neighborhood of Monterey and of this ravaged peninsula. So this is my notes today because my electronic tools are not working because we don't have any power. I'm going to barely be able to read these. I am not going to give them to you because you won't be able to read them, and it's probably going to make me speak less able than I normally am, which isn't very good, but we'll try. So this is my segue into the new reality we're facing. Monterey Peninsula is vulnerable. It sits in a situation out on the coast of the Pacific that makes it vulnerable. It's got an aging infrastructure, not an old designed infrastructure. It has a utility company that can't keep up. They're way under able to take care of this. This is all evident. We have trees that we care about. They're part of our legacy. They're part of the problem, but we do want to keep them. There are indigenous species of cypress, pines, and oaks. All of this stuff is going to come together, and this is going to be our reality. But there's answers out there, and you guys have heard me talk about this before. So pardon me repeating it again, but the time begs that. There's systems that can be put into homes. There's simple systems of battery backups that can get people through these outages. And those systems can be put in place in each home and business, and then given the option to expand. So if they want the solar, if they want the car, the EV, car, the plug-in vehicle, if they want, let's say it's a business and they want combined heat and power, all of these things are available. You put in the core, you can build from there. So you keep the price down, you do it quickly, you address the situation quickly, and then you can go from there. So that's a solution. Another solution that will be talked about a little later tonight is undergrounding. And you guys all know about that, but the nice thing about undergrounding is it also protects your communications. And one quick thing I want to talk about is there's this kind of nexus of things happening, not only a storm, not only what you guys are considering and stuff, but there's also this thing called connecting neighbors to neighbors. It's a California state program and grant. And that's going to be a really good avenue to get this, to educate and bring people together and volunteers and all that stuff. If you get the grant and you're working toward it, I know. And it has two main topics that are going to lead this thing: climate change and disaster mitigation. So like I said, it's a bit of a nexus going on here. We can grab these opportunities and I don't know if we can get out ahead of this, but at least catch up. Thank you.
We will, oh, sorry, we closed. So if you,
Standing there for a while.
you weren't, I'm sorry. I saw when you stood up, but I didn't know you were sitting up to speak. And that was after we had closed the opportunity. And I'm not going to allow you to speak just because I want to make sure that we stay consistent with the rules that we've established. But what you weren't there when we cut off. So we're going to go ahead and go to the folks online and take those public comments. And I'll just reiterate, just for future, when we call for public comment, I provide everybody the opportunity to either stand or raise your hand. All right, so let's go ahead and jump online.
All right, I'm calling on a telephone caller with the last three digits, 705.
Hello. Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. The Parks Department cut down over 1,000 trees this last year. Supervisor Church and the supervisors cut down 200 75 to 100-year-old eucalyptus trees at Elkhorn Slough. Chomp 600 at Ryan Ranch. That represents thousands of tons of carbon released into our atmosphere that will never be returned for another 100 years. The chipping is another thousands of tons released. Above our heads lies an invisible cloud of car pollution, and this pollution is destroying our brains. Magnetites. These particulates have now been found to be a significant cause of dementia and Alzheimer's in children and adults. The one cheap, inexpensive remedy to help clean up these particulates are trees, not saplings, but old growth trees, because they take up a ton of carbon and air pollutants a year into their trunks. The eucalyptus trees play an enormous role in climate action, and yet this body of government, our supervisors, are hell-bent on cutting them down, including Senator Laird. This, too, is positive proof we don't stand a chance against climate change because people like Glenn Church and Senator Laird is on a rampage to cut these magnificent trees down, and no amount of reasoning will stop them. So I am asking you now, we need to plant and save every single tree you can. And I'm asking all the residents to please, if you are honored with a large eucalyptus tree on your property, do not be foiled and fooled by those that are giving false rhetoric about what these trees do. At Angel Island, when a huge fire broke out, the only trees that did not burn were the eucalyptus trees. The oaks burned, the pines burned, everything else burned. It was an unstoppable fire. I beg everyone to look up Angel Island and they will be educated. But oh no, that is not brought up in any conversation. The Native Plant Society has coupled itself with the chemical industry, and they spray toxic, poisonous sprays on all the non-natives. And so we need to, if we're going to save ourselves, we have to save our trees. Thank you.
Next, I will call on Richard.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Richard Rosello, speaking as a very concerned resident of the city of Monterey. I volunteered with the city my entire life. I'm very concerned about the directions we're going. I'm concerned about the Monterey city finances. We have a spending crisis, but our revenue is soaring. I can't equate the two because I read manipulating numbers in city reports. It's manipulating us, it's manipulating you, and it's destroying trust in this community. I am concerned about our contracts with other agencies and where's the money? We have a huge budget, but we can't keep up our city. And I just took the city survey. It's asking what I can cut. What's the first thing you want to get rid of? We've been getting rid of everything that serves the citizen. And after last weekend, we have to concentrate on the new future and how it's going to affect our community and the suffering here. I want to know, and I keep asking, do we really break even on the conference center? Or are we subsidizing it? Do we break even on Car Week, the marathon, the DLI contracts, and all the fire regionalism? Common sense says a central chief is cheaper, but is it really? I want to know if we're giving up maintenance of our buildings to subsidize other communities like the airport, Carmel, PG, Sand City. We need a third party to look at this because we've lost trust with these numbers that keep trying to twist things. So to regain trust, be our fiduciary, which you're elected to do, put your new spending on hold, your new projects on hold, get a third party to tell us where the money is and are we doing a good job? I ask you, I'm going to vote no on all new taxes. Give me some answers or that no will be spread through the whole community. Thank you.
And the next speaker is Esther.
Good evening, everybody. I wanted to start out by thanking city staff for all the work they've been doing around the city with this storm. I know it's been a lot of work for the police department, the fire department, city staff, public works, and also our CERT teams that have been out there. I also want to thank the city for starting moving on the renter assistance program and all the opportunities for community input that they've set up for that. And I also want to mention there is a problem that in my neighborhood is being talked about a lot. And I'm hearing it from others outside of our city that AT&T is looking to stop maintaining or even, I'm not sure if it's just maintaining them or getting rid of landlines. And unfortunately, landlines are really important to a lot of our residents, especially our aging ones that might not have smartphones, and some of them have flip phones, but I think it's important for medical equipment and other different things. I also know that I personally have lived through a huge hurricane when I lived in Miami, and the only thing that worked were the landlines. So I think that the city should take part in the conversations with the CPUC because they don't listen to individual residents that show up at those meetings to speak. The other thing I wanted to bring up is the city has got some money tied up, or PG&E has money that is being tied up for North Fremont. I believe it's called Rule 20A, and there's $4.7 million that are earmarked for North Fremont, which is an area that sorely needs some real new development and incentivizing the businesses here. But that $4.27 million has an expiration date. And we really need to try and take advantage of that and not let it go away. My understanding is that it is for undergrounding, and obviously we need that, given what's, every winter we have a reminder about that. So I want to make sure that, I know city staff is busy, but that is something that we really need to look into. Rule 20A, $4.7 million. Thank you.
And we have no further online comments, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Clementine. All right, and with that, we will move to our public appearance items. Number 15, provide guidance on 2024-2025 NCIP objectives and priorities. And with that, I'll pass it to Hans for staff presentation.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, council members, and neighbors. I asked staff to put this agenda item on the council agenda. So I'm the one who was spearheading this effort, and staff was putting together an agenda report. The agenda report in front of you is nothing new. The city council has received many times before agenda reports written by the staff that includes recommendation for the NCIP program. Those recommendations range from generalized suggestions for projects that deal with public safety, public health, or essential maintenance, to agenda reports that provide a list of projects that in detail name the various aspects of work that has that should be done. I had just by sheer luck, I looked up a set of agenda reports and came across an agenda report from 2010, where staff proposed in 2010 projects that totaled about $5.5 million and recommended to council pick and choose something in the area of $1.2 million. And they included projects for the library, and it included references also to the dilapidated state of our fire stations and our community centers. That's 2010, 24 years ago. And so the agenda report and the direction of our agenda report is nothing new. The NCIP has the task to ensure that part of the budget goes to be expended in our neighborhoods. And it also has to be expended, or is suggesting to be expended, for capital projects for community-wide benefits. With the action tonight, or with the proposed guidance from you tonight, you're not determining the outcome of the NCIP project or the NCIP program. The program has started by the end of this week. The projects will be closed, and then the work of the NCIP appointed commissioners starts, and they will go through various projects. And we are tonight asking for council guidance. We put together a presentation that highlights where we feel the need is. We also feel that the NCIP as well as the city have partnered very successfully in the past, and we hope also that tonight this partnership collaboration continues. A lot of residents thanked the firefighters tonight, and we have put into the mix 2 fire stations that need updates, and I'm hopeful that the NCIP representatives can show there are some collaboration and gratefulness as well by allocating city funds, particularly the NCIP funds, to upgrade those fire stations. We also have a community center in the mix, and we also speak about undergrounding. We have Reggie Paulding online right now. He actually is interrupting his vacation. He's calling in from outside the United States, and Reggie will take it from here and will provide us with a more detailed overview over the projects that we are proposing. And then at the end, I think we will have a robust conversation with those folks that are speaking under public comments and the council. And again, these are suggestions. At the end of the day, we will expect that the NCIP will come back to us in September, October with their list and their list of projects they have voted on, and they recommend then to the city council for approval. The council has the last word. The council is the ones who will allocate the funding for all the projects. And with that, Reggie, take it away.
Okay, good evening. Can you hear me? Can everyone hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, excellent. Good evening, mayors, city council members, City of Monterey citizens, and everyone in the chambers and online. Just to give you some background and perspective, the majority of the photos that you're going to see later on in this presentation were taken back on Friday, January 26th, before the most recent storms, just for everyone's, again, for some perspective. So tonight, as Hans just laid out, we're going to be requesting some guidance from City Council on NCIP program. And I'll start here just giving just a brief background on the Neighborhood and Community Improvement Program. Was created back in 1985 to preserve the uniqueness of Monterey. It's the city of Monterey, as I'm sure everyone is well aware, has 16 neighborhoods. As you see here in the slide, there's 15 representatives with an alternate for each of the neighborhoods that have residents. Ryan Ranch does not have a rep or an alternate on the NCIP committee. Okay, next slide. Oh, is it? And Nat, can you progress, or is it? There we go. Again, neighborhood improvement program, which it was originally called, was established in 1985. Measure B, as a quote from that measure, provided 16% of annual transit occupancy tax revenue to be budgeted for projects to improve residential neighborhoods. Transient occupancy tax is what is paid by individuals that stay in hotels within the city of Monterey. Measure B also, increased TOT from 8 to 10% in July 1, 1985. And then we also most recently increased the TOT again with Measure Y from 10 to 12%, taking effect on January 1, 2021. As you could see here, over the years, NCIP funding was relatively stable in the $2.5 to $3 million range up until that Measure Y increase took place in 2021, which then you can see we averaged approximately $6 million in TOT at 16% equates to $6 million. And then we have this 4.8%, I'm sorry. So, and then 2024, you can see we're projecting somewhere in the neighborhood of $10 million that will be going into NCIP, which includes that $6 million plus that 4.8 million of unappropriated funds. Okay, so next slide. And then this is just showing again, just the math to get to what we're working with right now, $10,300,000 projected for the FY 24-25 NCIP budget. So as Hans said earlier, this is something that has come before City Council in the past. This is the 16th time since 2003 that staff has approached City Council asking for or asking City Council to provide guidance to NCIP committee. And over those years, I went back and looked at the various agenda reports and so on, and meeting minutes, and the guidance has been fairly consistent, focusing on projects that impact public health, public safety, essential facilities. NCIP funding is critical and has been over since 1985 in maintaining the city's aging infrastructure. And the City Council and NCI committee have a very long history of working together. Most recently, 2021 and in 2023 with various projects. Okay, next. So tonight we're going to focus on, you know, 2 fire stations, Hilltop Park Center, and undergrounding, as again Hans talked about in his intro. The fire stations are critical infrastructure. They support the community and the fire department needs. They provide for emergency response. They house critical equipment. They're staffed 24 hours a day, 7 days a week by members of the fire department, which also provide, you know, both emergency and ongoing services to the local community, things like walk-in medical care, educational outreach programs, and more. Fire Station 12 serves New Monterey. It was built in 1951. It also serves the Cannery Row and area and Coast Guard Pier. It's in need of some significant upgrades and renovations. As you can see here, it's a long list. I will not read through all of it, but I think, as they say, a picture's 1,000 words. So let's, Nat, if you can forward on to the pictures. What you'll see here is the exterior of Fire Station 12. We have pictures of the front, the bays, the 2 bays that lead what you see from the street. The next middle picture is the side entry door. We have a wall there, retaining wall. We have the back side of the fire station with some tarp preventing you know, water to get into some unstable soils, and an aged emergency generator. And then we have the other side of the station. Here we have pictures of the roof. We have some biological growth. This area of the roof has been a particular ongoing problem. City building staff has made several attempts to repair. It leads to leaks within the facility, which I'm going to show you some pictures of later. It's the flashing and so on is in need of some repair. The 2 photos on the right show separation in the slab and settling on the floor. Unfortunately, I mean, maybe you can't see, there's some cracking in the wall. I mean, so the building has some settling issues. Next slide. Here's that the water intrusion that I was from the roof issues. You can see where we've made plaster attempts to replaster and repaint, but the water continues to come through. We're looking here, the picture on the left is in the control room, the radio room for the fire station. The picture in the one of the middle pictures is showing the bay, the vehicle bay area. That's in that door that you see there at the top of the door that takes you into that control room. The next picture shows some severe water damage that's got rot next to a window. And the last picture is showing water damage that's kind of in that living room area where the firefighters are when they're all, you know, kind of in between calls, and that damage is right over their TV set there. Again here, so we have another picture of the aged generator, non-functional. Right now, the Fire Station 12 is operating on a backup generator to the backup generator. We have here the second picture shows the kind of the radio room with a combination of modern and some aged equipment. The picture below that is showing, it's a picture of the basement, whereas it was described to me when it rains. And unfortunately, at the time, I didn't have a picture of this, but there's a sub pump in this this kind of barrel, well, that Tupperware container, where the water gets captured and then pumped out through the pipe there on the left of that photo. And then we have an aged heating HVAC system that is less than ideal for this providing heat to the 3-story fire station. Can we go to next slide? Here we have pictures of the kitchen area where we see non-functional drawers, cabinets that are in need of some upgrade and refurbishment. And then single pane windows at the bottom slide where it's poorly insulated, and again goes back to the HVAC. It's hard to heat the facility. Next slide, please. Here we have photos of the living quarters where they're, as it was described to me, they generally keep the blinds closed, and in some cases they put cardboard up to the window to try and keep the sound out, because I'm sure, as you can imagine, right, there are times where the firefighters are trying to catch, a couple hours of sleep, on off schedule, right? It's not necessarily in night hours. Again, they have some poor lighting, poor quality fluorescent lighting in these spaces. And, just need some other general facility upgrades. They have, like, as you can see in the last picture on the far right, there's a router sitting on the floor up against the wall. They could use more outlets in the rooms, so on. Next slide, please. Here we have photos of the men's restroom on the left, the women's restroom in the center. It's kind of, aged facilities that are, could use an upgrade. On the on the far right, we have photos kind of the window seal and where water comes through, and it's, we got chipped peeling paint and poor insulated windows. Next slide, please. This is in the basement, which they also use as their workout facility, workout area. The thing that jumped out to me was the exposed pipe wrap that's broken and frayed in places. Then at the bottom, you also see some evidence of flooding, where water maybe a couple inches up along that plywood. Next slide, please. So that's Fire Station 12. Here we're going to Fire Station 13 in the Villa Del Monte neighborhood, also built in 1951, serves Villa Del Monte Beach, Casanova Oak Knoll, Del Monte Grove, Laguna Grande, as well as the city of Sand City. Again, a long list of needs. If you could, Nat, go to the photos, please. So here again, we have several exterior shots on several sides of the facility. The bays. Fire Station 13 is a 2-story facility, where Fire Station 12 is a 3-story facility. Fire Station 13 has a little bit more property, so on a bigger, square footage area. And so we have they have you here in the center, you see their entry. And if you can notice, there's different, the windows on the 2nd story have a white outline, whereas the ones on the 1st floor have a brown outline. So though the ones on the 1st floor are still single pane, the ones on the 2nd story are double pane. That's one of the reasons for the difference in color. On the far right photo there, that's the back of the facility with a training tower that is that members of Public Works and Fire Department have been working on to try and come up with a solution separately from this. And then you can see here the last photo on the bottom, you can see kind of the condition of the parking lot at the station. Okay, here we have another aged emergency generator. And again, this station is also on a backup to their emergency generator. You see their comms room, again, with a combination of some newer and older equipment. And again, we talked about the single pane windows. Okay, so next slide. Here again, their kitchen area. One of the things that was evident to me was kind of a lack of electrical outlets in the facility, where you can see in that center photo kind of what the firefighters have done to try and make it work. And again, we also have, you know, cabinetry and drawer space that is in need of some upgrades. All right, next slide. Here, again, their living facility at Fire Station 13, similar situation with kind of the fluorescent lighting. Again, they have a slightly, in some of the rooms, you can see in the second from the left or second from the right, they have kind of a higher grade of blackout shade in some of the rooms, but not throughout the facility. Yeah, so just kind of, this is what it looks like. Here again, the restrooms, again, similar, need to be upgraded. Kind of looks like some generally off the shelf kind of Home Depot grade materials that were in the restrooms. Again, on the far left, you have the men's room. In the middle, that's men's rooms. Women's room is on the right. Next. Okay, so that Hilltop Park Center in New Monterey. It's a repurposed school, opened as a park center in 1985, contains class space, meeting room space, activity space, community rooms, as well as an art space and kitchen facilities. It needs similar upgrades and renovations as the fire stations. And Nat, we can go to the photos, please. So here we have the exterior of the building. So on this side, it's a one-story building, but it's on a slope. So the picture on the far right is on the back of the center, which is two-story. All of these windows are single pane, which again we have similar issues with what's the insulation and HVAC concerns. And go to the next slide, please. We also have some exterior wood rot along the roofs, the eaves of the roofs, and the exterior of the building. The roof leaks. There are no gutters on the building or downspouts, so when it rains, the water sheets off of the building. So here on the far left, we have a picture of what the HVAC system looks like in each of the rooms. So it's kind of on the far end, and the air handler system blows, you know, warm air into the rooms. As it's described to me, it's when it's on, it's rather loud. You have again, we have more of the fluorescent lighting. In the picture at the right of center, what we have there is some trash cans under some leaks capturing water from the roof. And then the picture on the far right is kind of demonstrating what the lighting looks like. And this is one of the larger, I think it's a dance room, performance room. Here we're on the bottom floor, kind of a partial basement area. One of the things that you'll see here is the drop down ceiling has on those metal perimeters where the ceiling drops down. Those are pretty much all rusted in various forms and degrees of rust. There is no floor on this. That's a concrete slab. There was obviously some tile that was there at one point, which has been removed. It was, as it was explained to me, this is one of the most popular, it's a pottery class, very popular amongst the community. But okay, next slide. Okay, so this is the discussion on undergrounding utilities. Obviously, as we've heard tonight, and even more, I guess it's front of mind than it was when I made this presentation. City residents support undergrounding of utilities for obvious reasons, one of which is to reduce power outages. What staff is recommending is a full-time program manager to coordinate with PG&E. This is going to be a long-term process, and estimates are anywhere from $1,000 to $2,000 per foot. And for everyone, there's 5,280 feet in a mile. Approximately 5 miles of utilities have so far been underground within the city limits of Monterey, leaving 98 miles to underground, with an estimated cost of $500 million to $1 billion in today's dollars. Okay, next slide. So these are pictures from January and March of 23. I apologize for not having current photos. This is the skyline in Monterey Vista neighborhoods, where here we can see line, I mean, you all know, but tree limbs, trees down on power lines in every one of these photos. All right, next, please. Here, this was March of 23, and power lines were down on Del Monte Avenue by trees, and this is the perimeter of the Naval Postgraduate School. So what we're asking City Council is to provide guidance to the NCIP committee to prioritize projects that address public health, safety, and essential facilities, and to consider the following priority projects: Fire Station 12 rehabilitation for $1,550,000, sorry. Fire Station 13 for $1,200,000, Hilltop Park Center rehabilitation for $2 million, and consider utility undergrounding program at $2 million a year, pretty much in perpetuity. It'll take a very long time to get to where we need to be. So that's my presentation for this evening.
Okay, thank you for the presentation, Reggie. We'll bring it to the council for questions. Somebody want to start us off? No questions? Okay. Okay, all right, so we will open it up for public comment, and let me just make sure I follow this accurately. So we've allocated 30 minutes for public comment. Okay, so how do we want to do this? Okay. All right, so let's get a show of how many people want to speak for public comment. If you wouldn't mind standing or raising your hand, and if you're going to stay seated and raise your hand, just hold off for a second until those that are standing, so you don't have to keep your hand up. For the firefighter standing in the back, are you all speaking? You don't have to sit. I just wanted to make sure. Okay. We have 15. Okay, and then just to get a sense of how many folks are online, I'll go ahead and do a countdown. Use the raise hand function to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, so we have 5 folks online. All right, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. How many people that are sitting want to speak on this? 18. I counted him, so there's 18 in the room. Not good at math. All right, so let's do 46 minutes. Does that make sense?
No.
So it'll be 2 minutes each. We're going to do 2 minutes each per person. So with that, we'll go ahead and start in the chamber.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, my name is Rick Hoyer and the NCIP chairperson. I want to address a couple of issues I have with the staff report. I do not have an issue with the council submitting projects. Any member of the public can submit a project and write one up and send it in. That's not the issue. The issue is some big questions that were raised with this project, this report. In particular, the mysterious appearance of $4.8 million that was not there when we had our financial review before we started last cycle. All of a sudden, there's now 4.8 million of unallocated funds that no one can clearly tell me where that comes from. And I've already asked Reggie to have on our agenda for next meeting a detail of where that's coming from. Second thing is there's a line in here which talks about the budget of the NCIP being over $20 million. It is not the budget that is over 20 million, it is the fund balance that is over 20 million. There's over 10 million in encumbered funds. And anyone who's worked with budgets regularly knows that's not a thing available for you to spend short of redoing things. There was also $4 million in projects that that was defunded and the money taken by the city during the pandemic. Those are still sitting there to be done. Gee, that 4.8 million would get those redone, which had already been passed, voted on by council, and all the rest. By the way, those double pane windows you saw in Fire Station 13, that was an NCIP project. Fire department put in a project for it. We saw the need, we funded it. We fund city projects all the time. I've got a little issue with all of a sudden we're at 10 million. We were at 6 million last year, but over $1 million of that was money you chose not to use to do in the sports center for the humidifier. You use some other source of funds to do that. Well, that other source of funds would have fixed Fire Station 12. So I got a little question about priorities at times here in the scheme of things. 10 million is not what we normally have. And I question if we ever even really have it for this cycle until I see where it comes from. Thank you.
Mr.
One last thing.
Sorry,
Real quick.
No, Mr. Mayor, please. I want to be respectful of everybody else.
That's why 2 minutes is not enough on an issue.
I
of this
understand.
magnitude.
You can feel free to message the council via email if you want to have additional messages.
Jamie Fields, NCIP Chair, Vice Chair. Just want to point out, thank you very much. The NCIP program has been working really well for a long time. This 10 million looks amazing. There's a bunch of one-time money, so none of us are going to get used to that. NCIP is used for capital projects. We have funded many things at the various community centers, at the fire departments, and we look forward to that again. I think it's very helpful to have a detailed recommendation like this, because we're definitely going to take it. And I know Mr. Paulding is going to give that entire presentation to the NCIP committee, so they'll have that available. So I would just encourage us to consider the fact that the ballot measure put that money on there for this purpose. It wasn't put on there for general purpose funds. It was put on there to be a funding for the NCIP program. So, and the city managers have always had this. I mean, Fred Muir was amazing in how many he talked about storm drains and that sort of stuff. There's $150 million worth of need in the city. NCIP will chip away at it like we always do. But we won't be able to cover it all. And the one-time funding is an opportunity that I'm sure we will all share in. But we don't want to get used to that funding at all. And we want to be sure that we're respectful of the priorities that everybody works really hard to do. And I think that's what I wanted to do, is kind of bring in that balance and not have us get too excited because it looks like a bunch of money that's going to go to somebody's favorite project. The process works. I know there's a bunch of other favorite projects that I've already heard of that weren't mentioned here. So we're going to have hours of meetings to balance this all out in the coming months. And so we appreciate your support as we go through this time-honored, time-consuming process. Okay.
Good evening, Mayor Williamson and council members. My name is Marta Krafchek, and I'm here tonight as a board member representing the Monterey Vista Neighborhood Association Board that includes Jean Rash, Hans Janisch, Pat Venza, Susan Nine, Ray Myers, Nikki Bach, Jeannie Ferrara, Charles Martin, Bruce Zanetta, and John Souverain. Individual members of our board will be speaking tonight. But last night, the MVNA board voted unanimously in support of these three tenets. 1, we support the independent autonomy of NCIP as required in the City of Monterey Charter. 2, we support the commitment by the city to undergrounding. 3, We support the city establishing a firm funding source for a long-term commitment to undergrounding. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Good evening, Susan Nine, MVNA. I am not speaking about the value of the request being made for funding. I'd recommend, being a strong union person, that if the conditions are as dire as presented, that the union get involved and contact Cal OSHA. I think there are ways to fund deferred maintenance without relying on NCIP as the primary funding source for deferred maintenance in this city. I just am mostly concerned about the process of this evening, and it seems a bit inconsistent with the process outlined in the city charter. We have the appointments of the committee. We've done all of that. And then the council action is after the deadline for submitting projects. We all have to go through that process. There's an extensive form for doing that. And I recommend that, I don't know if the staff can submit those forms to be part of the mix of projects, but I recommend that happen. Not preempt the process by coming directly to the city council to get an edge on all those other projects. Not that they're not valuable. It says, from the recommendation of the Neighborhood Improvement Program Committee, and I'm going to repeat that, from the recommendation of the Neighborhood Improvement Program Committee, the council shall include a neighborhood improvement program in the annual budget. That means that the charter calls for these people, these NCIP reps, to do their job, submit your projects. Anyone who wants to go through the work that the public members have to do to get consideration for that. And then it's your job to decide what to do with their recommendations. Thank you.
My name is Gina Jett. I'm a resident of the city of Monterey. I'm also a policy analyst under the employment of Supervisor Glenn Church. We are in the perfect moment and in the perfect storm to realize that the time is now to muster our collective resources to achieve undergrounded utilities in the residential areas of the city of Monterey. Standing here in the chambers before you are residents and professionals with immense technological, community-based knowledge, not only about undergrounded utilities, but also how to fund this endeavor. Please do not let this expertise go to waste. Let's make the undergrounding of utilities the #1 citywide priority, the most urgent project residents, constituents, elected officials, and city staff undertake wholeheartedly. Protecting ourselves from the next superstorm or fire should universally motivate us. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Hans Janisch. I'm on NCIP as well as Monterey Vista Neighborhood Association Board. But what I want to talk about tonight is that I'm really happy to see the city take undergrounding seriously. Back in 2018, MVNA did a survey of residents and found that well over 90% of our residents are really in support of undergrounding for not only visual, but also for fire safety and escape routes, as well as security of having power when we have a little storm that we're going to have more of with climate change, that we'd like to have our power. So as a result of that, MVNA, Old Town, and U Monterey got together, and we have an undergrounding committee. We've met monthly now for the past 4 years, I believe. And you can look us up on montereyundergrounding.net. We've done a lot of work trying to figure out how a city like ours can go about doing a project like undergrounding. We can't fund it all. We need sources from but we have to start out with planning and getting organized and being able to possibly underground some escape routes, but we definitely need to get shovel-ready projects to get external funding to do a lot of the work. We did another survey in last year in 2023 that was more citywide. And although we're still looking for more participants, of all the responses we have so far, there's still an overwhelming majority of people who really want and believe in that the city should move rapidly forward with undergrounding. And I think the weather of this last week, most of us are still in the dark. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ray Myers. I'm the chairperson for Monterey Undergrounding, and we're a multi-neighborhood residence called, and it's been 6 years on, by the way. We've been meeting monthly. First off, let me thank you for bringing this topic of undergrounding our utilities to your agenda tonight and using public funds. I understand this discussion is just a start of many of the details will follow, but tonight's suggestion of a permanent undergrounding program is a very important first step in the realization of the city has to act now. I hope by now most of you know the imperative and to place our utilities safely underground has been and continues to be the primary result of the consequences of climate change. The risk of wildfires, even in a coastal community as ours, is very real. Much of Monterey is a high severe fire zone is defined by CAL FIRE. Monterey prides itself, and some people say it's still the tree city, but high voltage bare conductors and bundles of fiber and copper lines for telecommunication are hanging strewn among our now vulnerable and drought stricken, sometimes diseased trees. This is a recipe for disaster, and it's all you have to do is add some high winds as we've seen in an atmospheric river, and well, just take a drive around tonight to see. The threat of wildfire is just the start. As every pole you bury in a street, that reduces the ignition risk by 98% in that area. And it also will reduce the equipment failure, which is hanging up above. Every pole you bring down and bury and the conductor safely underground, that area can say, we won't lose our power or internet as a result of a tree falling and coming in contact with a power line. We're now secure, our power and communications more resilient, and our neighborhood doesn't have to constantly do tree trimming. A lot more. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, city staff, everyone on Zoom and in the room. My name is Ross Pounds. I'm the president of the Monterey Firefighters Association. I represent the men and women of the Monterey Fire Department. I'd like to thank you all for your ongoing dialogue, your continued support, and thank you for consideration with this item. And I feel like this is also the beginning of our appeal, not only to you, but to the NCIP to improve the stations 12 and 13, which both are over 70 years old and need a lot of attention. Attention to these aging fire stations will demonstrate positive action to not only the building, but also the employees within them and to the community that they serve. So what is a fire station? We've seen some pictures of the state that they're in, but a fire station is more than that. A fire station is woven into the fabric of the community. It is a place of readiness, a place of health and wellness. It's where we take care of our own mental health. It's a place of camaraderie. It's a place for answers for the public. It's a place for assistance, and it's a place for response. It's a symbol of availability. It's a symbol of reassurance, community pride, service, professionalism, teamwork from the crew to the department, to the city, to the council, and including the NCIP. We do this all from our fire stations. Improving our stations improves the people within them. It fuels longevity, and it helps recruit for the future so that we may continue to exceed the expectations of the people that we serve. In the spirit of teamwork, we urge the NCIP and we urge the council to support and move to help renovate these stations and continue to invest in not only the community, but also your firefighters. And once again, we thank you for your ongoing support, and we look forward to speaking further with you and speaking further with the NCIP as they move through their process as well. Thank you.
Good evening, Pat Benza, Monterey Vista Neighborhood. NCIP is one of a kind program. It was great for a long time, but it has also been broken for a long time. With 75 projects on the current approval list and only 15 getting completed last year, adding large numbers of projects to the list is not wise. The other thing that is not wise is for staff and city council to tell NCIP committee how to follow, or in this case, not follow, the charter. I am so glad to see and hear that undergrounding is now on your minds and could become a priority. NCIP could not be the only means of funding undergrounding. It is going to take many more sources than that. There has been a group in Monterey researching and working on all aspects of what it's going to take to get the city utilities underground. That committee needs to be recognized as an official city committee or subcommittee under the Planning Commission. The city staff and city council is missing out on a wealth of knowledge. From that underground committee, the residents of the Old Town is coming an NCIP undergrounding project this year. This is the way NCIP was designed, to have projects come from the residents, not from the staff and city council. I would agree that the committee should restrict the number of projects funded this year to 4 or 5 great big projects that need to be done. The committee members know the staff has a long list to complete, so why add to it? Recommend 4 or 5 large projects be approved without specifics as to what they should be is about all that you should be doing. Thank you.
I'm going to just stick to undergrounding here. Undergrounding is a good fit in NCIP. We realized that a while ago in ways that some other projects aren't. It is capital improvement, and it's to the benefit of all the neighborhoods. It also, in the problems that we see with NCIP, it doesn't pass on a long enduring cost to the city of the resources, taxing the resources. Why? Because it generally gets turned over to the utilities. And then there's one other thing we kind of forget about, and that is that undergrounding is a sort of a return on investment use of TOT, in the sense that the hospitality industry, the visitors to this community benefit from it. Not only we all are aware of the aesthetics value of it, but also the resiliency of communications and power is important there. That's all. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Bill Clancy, and I'm here to speak in favor of undergrounding. By trade, I'm a cybersecurity engineer. That's an incredibly diverse and rapid moving industry. And we live and die by the thought that risk is defined as likelihood times impact. So our impact here is pretty much the same. We're a town, we don't grow too fast. It's pretty much the same. Likelihood, on the other hand, has changed, especially since they first put in telephone poles. Things have changed. They added things to them. They added cable. They added fiber. We're now adding Wi-Fi. We add all kinds of things all the time. This increases our likelihood. The weather is changing. This increases the likelihood. So when you think about this, think about the math, guys. Impact times likelihood is our risk. Our risk is rising. Let's get ahead of this. We've got the opportunity. Let's move. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, Council. Jean Rash, Monterey Vista. My involvement began when the first fires began around 2017. Well, they weren't the first, but as the climate change increased them. And then I was asked to be on the Measure S committee, and I and Hans Janisch, who was on the committee, supported a interpretation of Dig Once that included undergrounding the lines when streets were rebuilt. The total committee of the Measure S did not support that. They really wanted to ensure that the road ballot initiative was accepted. And it was undergrounding new streets was not included. After that, Hans and I and members of Monterey Vista started undergrounding Monterey, and we've been meeting every month since then. I'm so glad to see this on the agenda. I think it's very important that Mr. Usler supports that. I think it's very important that the city council support it. It's going to need firm, long-term funding. It's going to take a sales tax initiative. I would like that discussion to be included in any future sales tax, including road tax. The discussion will come up again. We need it included in a dig once policy. It would only take 0.25% to bring another $2 million a year. If we had $2 million out of NCIP and we had $2 million out of a sales tax initiative, we could begin a robust effort here at undergrounding. We could also have an undergrounding commission, somewhat like planning, and we could get the members of the undergrounding movement here on it and interface with city and not really have any of the cost to a specific staff member. Thank you.
Good evening. Tom Reeves, President of the New Monterey Neighborhood Association. I'll be vacillating back and forth as the president and also just as a regular citizen. As Hans said, this process has been followed in years past. Staff has come to the NCIP committee with recommendations, but I can tell you as the former representative to the NCIP committee for staff, it wasn't a good process. I oftentimes felt like the person sitting in front of the firing squad bringing them these projects because I had already talked to them about some of those projects and I already knew they were DOA before I went to them. Yet I was basically forced into going there with these projects in hand and knowing full well the fate of them. It's bad process. I would not do it again. Many of these projects are very good. As a matter of fact, the New Monterey Neighborhood Association will be turning in a project nomination for Hilltop Center. We think that's a great project. It would have been much better had staff come to us in June or July or August and said, hey, how about this? And we would have considered it and we would have had the time to put in a form for it. Undergrounding. I think the solution here is instead of having this in perpetuity from the NIP budget, pass a ballot initiative to amend the charter to have dedicated funding. That's what undergrounding is going to take, dedicated funding. The NCIP budget lives and dies year to year. You as council members know that you had to take money out of the NCIP budget. So if you have bonds due or debt financing, you can't live with that. It's not sustainable. So I would be in favor of a ballot initiative to amend the charter to have a carve away of some amount. We can come up with that number. And then that is a dedicated, solid, rock solid funding source for undergrounding. Thank you very much.
Hi, Nancy Soule again. I am on the board of Old Town Neighborhood Association. I'm also on the Monterey Undergrounding Committee. It's very important, and I want to applaud you for coming to finally address this real necessity, not only in undergrounding, but to address the public safety. I think those fire stations that need work, they are also public safety, just as undergrounding is. But it's really important that you get it on a citywide basis to look at a project as big as undergrounding. You need to be addressing it with plans in place so that when there are grant monies that might be available, you're there to grab it. The 20A rule that Esther Malkin talked about, that is from every single citizen's PG&E bill. They pay a portion to this fund, 20A. It could have been there for Fremont, as I understand it, the Fremont Street, but it didn't get undergrounded when all those streets were dug up, to my understanding of that. There may be other areas too where funds are available that we can, if we have a plan, a citywide type of plan, those funds can come in from perhaps a FEMA thing when they're coming in to help us address the situations of what we can do to improve the infrastructure for our resiliency. So again, the bottom line here is that it should be, I believe, a citywide type of a plan paid for with publicly funded sources, maybe with a senior or low income assistance included in it. Part of it can come maybe from the NCIP funds, but it not necessarily the only funding of it. And it is a capital improvement that universally benefits all of Monterey. Thank you.
Hello again. We're talking about money. It's not easy to talk about money. The city budget is much more complicated than my household budget. So I'm going to try and apply some kitchen table economics. The rising tide of inflation, problem for all of us, large organizations and small households. What am I doing about it? I'm eating less. Last week, I put a new hole in my belt to keep my pants up. I drive a year 2000 station wagon. I was a management consultant that was fortunate enough to retire early. I'm probably going back to work. We have a lot of work to do. I put in my letter today 3 moves that this council could make to really address what I believe are hard times coming ahead. It's not going to get easier to do any of this. And the one thing I want to add, Ed Smith and I were out volunteering at the Pro-Am last week. Thousands of volunteers to serve thousands of guests to Pebble Beach. If we can do that, why can't we rise up volunteers to fix the people's houses, to address these maintenance issues? I believe we just have a failure of imagination, and we need to think hard. Thank you.
Good evening again, Tom Raleigh. Speaking as a individual citizen of Fisherman's Flats, as a member of the NIP committee for years, when it was the NIP committee, after the earthquake in Southern California, there was a study done that showed that undergrounding was also a safety factor at times of earthquakes, not just fires. Fires have been catching the headlines lately. And when I first submitted this project to the NIP to do a study, I was urged by the staff, and I can't remember, it was before Tom was involved with the program, to withdraw the motion because it was going to cost too much. And I see the number presented tonight by staff is $1 billion. Personally, if this comes up before the NIP committee, I think it should be not considered a permanent, perpetual donation. It should be something separate. If we need to have a separate ballot measure and something that treated separately, it should be funded separately. It's just too big. It's way beyond what the NIP program can afford. I do not agree with Mrs. Venza about 4 or 5 projects. That defeats the purpose. There's some smaller projects that are very important each year that are completed. And Reggie Pauling has done a great job starting, and we need more people. And, you're working, trying to hire those people. So thank you very much. I think the program works the way it is. And I do not think we should take big amount of funds from the NIP for undergrounding. It should be separate. It should be a ballot measure. It should go to the whole community for approval. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Eric Palmer from the Monterey Vista neighborhood. The conditions of the fire stations was really appalling to see, and our staff live there, they work there for days at a time. The building conditions are not only a safety problem, but it can also be a recruitment and retention problem. And how can we expect them to come into work proud? A recruitment and retention problem with our firefighters should be a major public safety concern for all of us. Climate change is increasingly proving to us that we need them during the storm season. And then when Monterey gets dry, we need a trained and experienced staff to be at the ready to respond to wildfires. But at the same time, I'd like to thank the NCIP for funding fuel reduction projects so many times over the years. And I also think undergrounding will certainly aid us all in weathering the storms, whether we're preventing power outages or wildfires. So I hope the NCIP and the City Council can find a balance between projects that the neighborhood associations want to prioritize, and critical ones like rehabilitating our fire stations that benefit us all and keep us safe. So thanks to the NCIP representatives and council for your historic generosity to our community facilities.
All right, and we'll take it online now.
All right, first I will call on Tammy. Tammy, go ahead, please.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, good. I would just like to defer my 2 minutes to Rick Hoyer. Can I do that?
No, unfortunately, your 2 minutes is for you. So if you want to go ahead and speak, this is your opportunity.
Okay. Number one, no, Rick and everybody else has been saying exactly what is going on with the NCIP. I think it should be separate. If you guys want to submit a project to the NCIP, it should be evaluated and voted on just like all the other projects in NCIP. And it shouldn't be any different. I don't think it should be something that is automatically done, because that wasn't the intention of the NCIP. The NCIP is for neighborhoods and community, yes, but it was specifically to help the neighborhoods deal with the traffic and the visitors here, and to make our community someplace that people would like to visit. Anyway, that's it. Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Richard.
Richard Rosello. I'd like to make a comment about the fire department conditions, the dilapidated, aging generators. Well, I'm the same thing because I created that project, got NCIP to fund it, and we put generators on all the stations and water tanks. This is one of the problems about manipulation that I brought up before. In 39 years of NCIP, never once was the condition remodel of the fire stations proposed. So what I'm asking is, why didn't we be asked last year, or why didn't you address it 5 years ago, 10 years ago? Why are these things being ignored and then put up today as a crisis? Yes, they're horrible. Yes, they need to be remodeled. But what is more important in your budget? Police, fire, city services, or undergrounding? And undergrounding, all the neighborhoods want it. Only 2 neighborhoods are speaking to you, but we've never been asked. But what we need to know is, what does it cost to hook up to the undergrounding? Nobody mentions it could be $5,000 to $30,000 per property owner. We should do a citywide survey. And on the Hilltop Park remodel, I do not see any provision for earthquake retrofit. That is a 1950 structure. it is unsafe. Why isn't earthquake retrofitting in that remodeling budget? Now we're remodeling that one, but the park center is still closed effectively. Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Esther.
Good evening. I wanted to start out by saying, those of you that have been on the council and city staff for the last 10 years or so, know that I've been talking about the appalling conditions of our police department, which is obviously the same with our fire department. We should be embarrassed by what we are asking them to, put up with. And I've mentioned it many years and nobody's paid attention to it. So I'm glad to see it, but it also begs to question why the previous administrations have never put enough money into an infrastructure, dedicated infrastructure money. I don't know if they thought these buildings were going to live indefinitely, same with the sports center or whatever, but it is appalling. And there are code violations, there's safety violations. I have been talking about this for a decade. So I'm glad to see it in the conversation. I also want to talk about when I moved here 23 years ago, that I looked around and I thought that the wires all over the place here reminded me of a third world country. And look how long it's taken before anybody's been talking about it seriously. Yes, we need to do it. It would be negligent on the part of the city not to go after $4 million that are sitting there already for North Fremont to be able to start on this. We absolutely need to do this. Salinas did a ballot measure for their whole police department and fire department for the police department building to be completely built up. I'm sure that we have some choices to make, but I'm also wondering, is anybody looking at grant opportunities? Is city staff pursuing other money that could be had federally or statewide? Thank you.
And our last speaker is Philip Bezuska. Go ahead, please.
Hello, my name is Philip Bezuska. Can you hear me?
We
Yes.
can.
Cool. I was muted, sorry. I'm Vice President of the Monterey Firefighters Association, and I'm proudly assigned to Fire Station 13 on Delavina Avenue in Monterey. There are numerous projects worthy of funding, but I'm intimately familiar with our fire station, so that is where I will focus my comments. Station 13 was once home to a multi-level training tower, which was used for new hire academy training and also for training of on-duty personnel. It has fallen into a state of disrepair, and therefore it is no longer utilized for fire department training. Allocating funding for fire station refurbishment is overdue and could have possibly prevented the need to tear down and replace this training tower. My point is that these funds have a direct impact on the vital training that your community firefighters are able to complete. Thank you to the city staff for coming out to inspect the fire stations and for compiling the thorough report before the council tonight. And finally, we'd like to express our thanks to the City Council and NCIP Committee for considering this item. Thank you.
Alrighty.
And I apologize, Mr. Mayor, someone whose hand had been up when you called on them has their hand up again. Last comment. This is Chinyeri.
Yes, so my name's Janari Obona. I'm a Monterey resident, New Monterey. I also serve as the New Monterey NCIP representative. I moved to Monterey about 3 years ago, and I wanted to find a way to get involved and had the opportunity to apply for a position on the NCIP. It has been a really amazing experience to learn more about the history of Monterey and the different projects that have been funded by the NCIP over the years. I think it's really unique to have an entire committee with funding by the city that focuses on the residents and gives residents the power to identify and propose projects that improve the lives of all Monterey residents. And I really want to make sure that we are keeping that in mind. We're keeping the spirit of the NCIP committee in mind and why it was founded in the first place. So I oppose this top-down approach from city staff as it relates to setting priorities. I also want to highlight that New Monterey Neighborhood Association has already submitted a project for hilltop renovations, and we are submitting a new project that also includes an analysis of the seismic capacity of the building as well. So that was something that was not included in the staff report. I have no opposition to funding the fire station. I do think, again, it should be a project that goes through NCIP instead of top down. And then in regards to undergrounding, I have a lot of concerns about any kind of funding that's in perpetuity with no real stopgaps or contingencies. I think most Monterey residents are in favor of undergrounding. And I also want to highlight that last year, the NCIP did recommend funding $250,000 for placement of conduit for underground utilities in the residential areas where the streets were being restructuring. So this is something that we are looking at and working on. I think I'm out of time. Thank you.
That was the last comment.
Okay,
Thank you.
perfect. All right. Thank you for everybody who provided public comment. I think I saw all of my colleagues furiously taking notes, so I appreciate all the input. With that, we'll bring it back to the council for discussion, deliberation. Who wants to start us off? Councilmember Hoffa.
So first of all, thank you to everyone who provided public input. It's always really helpful. You know, one of the things that I think makes Monterey a special place is, you know, what we call the Monterey way. We work things out, we listen to each other. We all are well-meaning. We all want what's best for this community. And I think we're going to figure it out again, as we've done in the past. All of the proposals we heard are important. I mean, I can't imagine anybody would dispute that. Our fire stations need to be in better condition. It is shameful. Hilltop needs work, and undergrounding is a very important public safety concern that I think we all share that interest. So all of those projects are good, but I do have concerns about the process, as we heard from a number of speakers. It's not that it's improper, it's that it's created dissent. And I think we can do better. I think we can accomplish what we want by following the NCIP process. So, you know, New Monterey is going to propose something for Hilltop. That makes sense. I think the city staff should make some proposals to NCIP for those fire stations. And I think for the undergrounding, we should, as I think it might have been Pat Venza who said, I think we should direct staff to designate this community undergrounding committee as a city committee to work with the planning commission and to really figure out how can we fund this. I'm 100% committed to it, but I'm doing the math and I'm thinking even at 2 million a year, even if we dedicated 2 million a year from NCIP, let's say over 20 years, that's 40 million. And, you know, staff has told us it's at least 500 million, maybe $1 billion. So I just don't think that's going to be the way. Maybe it could be part of the solution. I think neighborhoods could propose specific undergrounding projects, but in the long term, we're going to have to figure out a different way, I think, probably to finance this. And I think the best way to start that would be to empower the folks who've been working on it by recognizing them as a kind of official committee. So those are my thoughts, but I'm interested in hearing what others have to say.
Councilmember Barber.
So yeah, I'm in the same headspace that my colleague is in. It's because I kept hearing process. And I'm all about process. So I do want to honor that. I want to say thank you to all of the NCEP people because of the time that you put in. It's a lot of time and going through all the different projects. So thank you for that. But I do feel the same way. If New Monterey is already putting in for Hilltop, then that's an easy thing. But the fire stations, that's important. And I do feel that either if the staff puts in forward or somebody in the neighborhoods, because all this is dealing with our safety. Someone in the neighborhoods can actually propose this as well, to inset. And then, and as my colleague was talking about with undergrounding, I do think that is a good idea of giving an official title to the program that's already there. That's been working with, I think, Gene Roush and some of the others have been working with this for a long time. We've seen it with the storms and many of the different neighborhoods of what is causing different issues. I mean, I know even me, myself, I had an issue from this last storm myself. So I know this is something that I'm definitely a proponent of, but he's right. It's going to take a whole lot more than what we're talking about with NSF. I'd like to see it back on the agenda along with with the planning and the undergrounding committee to be able to come back to be able to talk about how this would look and structuring it a little further out. So that's kind of where I am.
Councilman Garcia.
Thank you, folks, for all your feedback. So I think what I want to do is acknowledge that there is a lot to talk about in terms of process as well. But I'm not going to go down that path tonight because I think the ask is different. The ask is to provide guidance in terms of the prioritization of projects that focus on health, safety, and essential facilities. And given the list of projects and seeing a good amount of support for those projects tonight, I'm going to go ahead and favor and support this item. I'm not exactly sure yet where I stand in terms of undergrounding, in terms of the funding, because I do agree with my colleagues. It does kind of not add up, but I think there's opportunity here to start with what we have here and then figure out through empowering maybe the group that's been working on it already in our community to really come up with together, right, working with our residents, figuring out a better proposition for that. So that's where I stand. Thanks.
Councilmember Smith.
Thank you. All good comments from my council partners here. So we were asked tonight in this agenda item to provide some guidance to the neighborhood and the community improvement program. And also regarding to the mission's prioritizing projects that address public health, safety, and essential facilities. And I think that means that the city manager wants to hear from the council members about where we believe.
Great. You turn on your mic, council member. Sorry.
You really want me to have a microphone on it. I won't start over. I think everybody heard me. And I think that the essential piece that I get out of this process tonight is that the city manager and staff need to hear from the council, need to hear from the public and the neighborhood improvement committees and the neighborhood presidents and the fire department's representatives and all those members who participated tonight. I think that is something that the entire staff needed to hear, and I think the council needed to hear that. So I'm not twisted up in a not over process. I see this as a ongoing process, and I think Mr. Hoffa talked about, we get the stuff right. I mean, it takes a lot of work, and it's a process that involves the community in setting the priorities, and it comes back to us after you've gone through that process. So I don't think this is us trying to circumvent that. I think this is setting an opportunity for when you go into your conversations to have some things to think about. And there's lots of priorities that you still have that we think you should consider as well. I want to just go down the list and say yes to undergrounding if it's appropriate that we put a portion of this money from the NCIP that starts a spearheaded community movement, that maybe that kickstarts looking at the city to look for grants through PG&E opportunities and future state grants. And if you step back and say if we had the opportunity for some matching grants, and maybe we had 10 million in a couple of years, maybe we get a matching grant and it winds up being another 70 million. We don't know where it comes from, but we know eventually it does gain momentum. And it starts with the idea that we start with a certain amount in the beginning, and I think that that's a good thing. So I think that if that winds up being something that the members of the NCIP committee, as you get together and you think that it's the time and this is the way to do it, I think that's a great priority that you identify. And I think that if PG&E sits aside and says, okay, what did it cost us to fix everything in the city of Monterey? What would they save if they didn't have to send out all those crews? And by the way, thank you for finally getting my power on today. And if you are still without power, I'm sorry for you. And if you need a generator to borrow for a couple of days, you know how to get a hold of me. I'll loan it to you if you still don't have power. My wife is very happy and she's now getting warm. I want to go down this list also because there's some other very important priorities. And the city staff has outlined them and giving us an overview of Fire Station 12 and of Fire Station 13. And I thank the city staff for the time and effort it took to do the site visit, to take the photographs, to scratch the surface and get on the roof, because we need to hear that. We need to see that. And I did not realize that both those stations have such a dramatic water leak, and in the environment that our firefighters are residing and sleeping in, we have to act. That's got to be a high priority. And I hope that the NCIP members agree with that and see that as well. Because we've got 2 fire stations that house many of our public servants, that those are not big numbers to fix. I mean, if you remodel your house and you add a bedroom and touch up your kitchen, you're at a couple of $100,000. This is a 24/7 building, and one of them is an estimate of $1.05 million, and the other one is $1.2 million. In terms of priorities and changing the lives of those that occupy that building, those 2 buildings, yeah, that's a lot of money, but it's not that much money and it's doable. So I hope that there's some applications to see if NCIP can participate in that, because they are your neighbors and we know how hard they work and we know this is a great need. Hilltop Center, frankly, I'm kind of thinking I want to sit back and maybe get a tour of the building and see, is it all 2 million now, or is it over the next 3 years and phased in? Are we fully maximizing it, or are we not maximizing it because we can't occupy certain parts of it? I want to know more about Hilltop. I think $2 million to just say, yeah, we should throw 2 million and fix it. I want to know a lot more details than that. I want to see what the fix is. I want to talk about the purpose of it. Are we using it right? And do we need to spend $2 million just to replace what's there? Or are we going to talk about maybe we approach that in a different way and repurpose the building? And maybe 2 million is the right number, but maybe it's phased in. So I need to learn more about the Hilltop Center purpose estimate and what needs to be done there. And I'm encouraged by members of the New Monterey Neighborhood Association is looking at writing and saying that they want to get behind that. So that's the kind of initiative we need. I addressed the undergrounding at 2 million, and I think it's an exercise in frustrating math because of the great number. But I think it's time that we set a priority, and it's time that we figure out how we start putting the seed money in so that it starts to grow to some degree. Even if we got 20 million over the course of, and let me just be bold and audacious. Let me say we got $20 million and it took us 5 years to do it because we found other funding. If we were able to take 20 million in underground, the highest and greatest place in a neighborhood that always loses power because it's feeding power through the forest. And every time we have a winter, 15,000 people are without power for 4 days. And that $20,000 could do upgrading of that small portion. That's the kind of work that I think we should be able to do with the smaller numbers. And then, of course, we do have the big challenge of how do we do the undergrounding and how do we involve the residents that are impacted to be able to afford to hook up from the street to the house. That's a whole nother challenge. The last thing that's on this list is the remaining funds for new NCIP projects. We haven't heard a great deal from the city manager in terms of the number, the balance, and what the plan is moving forward with how we work through the number of projects that we have. And I don't know that I want to hear that now, but I think that that's an opportunity where the city manager can come back and do a deeper dive in terms of we've got new staff involved in NCIP projects. We're launching into the project application now. So I want to know more about the status of some valuable projects that haven't gotten done, but there's money against it. So I need a presentation that brings me up to speed in terms of the remaining balances, the projects, where their projects are at, and flushing out the true number of available funds. And I think a lot of that the staff's got to have some time to work through that. I think tonight what this is the staff put together in front of us with some strong evidence of some very bold and strong projects that are CIP projects from the city's perspective. So that doesn't mean that we're telling anybody in NCIP, you have to do these things. I see this as we're jointly identifying priorities that are CIP, and we hope that there's going to be some clarity as we move forward to get us closer to some solutions for the 2 fire departments, Hillside, and Unified. We collectively say undergrounding, it's time to start. So this is not a vote tonight. I think this is a learning session for all of us to be able to meet with our community and hear from our community, and for the staff to hear what we're saying. So I don't think there's any emotion here. This is let's talk and let's identify what our priorities are. And so I kind of appreciate this format. So we're not telling anybody to do anything. We're just talking about what are our priorities. And for me, undergrounding is a priority. Those 2 fire stations are priority. A little less on the priority list is the Hilltop Center, because I need more information. And I need more information on the math of the projects that collectively account for all the money that's still in undone projects for NCIP. And I know that we have new staff behind it, and we always push for the inertia to get projects done. But we also know that we have limitations on the cost, and it's changing, and the engineering estimates and all that. So, but when I go to League of California Cities, just like you all do, some of the members of other councils ask, well, tell us about your city and what's unique. This is what we talk about. We talk about NCIP, and we get looks from the other council members in other cities across California. They go, huh? What do you mean? They decide for you how to spend the money? Yeah, that's actually how it works. Yeah, we have to finalize what you present to us, but you get to decide and you set the priorities, and we look at it at the end. So it's a unique, one of a kind, and I've said it before, it was hard for a lot of people to accept it back when it was added to the charter, but I'm glad that it's there, and I don't want to change it anymore. I think it runs well, not perfect, but is democracy perfect? How do we get there? We might argue, we contemplate, we handshake, we compromise. At the end of the day, we have the best city in the world, and we have a great program that is instrumental in the backbone of what helps and makes the city run really well. It's because NCIP. So that's it, Mayor.
So the question around where the funding came from. Councilmember Smith, you just spoke to that a little bit and trying to chisel down and maybe better understand that. And I think the NCIP has asked for that, and I'm assuming staff will be able to provide that response in that setting and hopefully be able to clarify in regards to exactly what's going on with the dollars. And so I think we'll all be paying attention to that and seeing what's going on. We've chatted about this before, and I'm hearing the NCIP is broken. I'm hearing it's not broken, it's working fine, but the way that you guys are doing it is not good. Something is going on. And I think we have to be able to talk it out a little bit more. Is it getting rid of NCIP? I don't think so. But we have to talk through this and figure out what it looks like. I mean, to your point, Councilmember Smith, we're just sitting here having a conversation around what the priorities look like. Yet I think the very idea of us doing this from some of the public comments that I've heard is offensive. And, is democracy messy? Yes, I think we can debate the issues and where we allocate funding. And so I think big picture, long term, I think we do need to have a deeper dive and conversation around how do we address this? Do we allow it to continue functioning as it is and allow all these small projects? Do we take what we've heard Pat Benza say tonight and look at bigger projects, which in a way is kind of what staff was presenting tonight to us? I think that the list is generally solid. I actually kind of fall in alignment with your comments, Councilmember Smith. In regards to undergrounding, during one of the storm events, there was a whole bunch of debris collecting in front of my house. So I went out and tried to push it so it could flow and not get backed up. And I'm watching the power line in front of my house sway as the wind is blowing. And I can see a huge crack through the center all the way up to the top. And I'm just like worried. I'm worried. And I shouldn't have to feel uncomfortable. And I'm not even living in what I would suggest is as high of a risk area as some, with trees, with the potential to knock power lines down and fire risk. So I can only imagine living in that type of community and the effect that it has. And it's very clear and apparent that there is a very strong voice in this community that's advocating for this community to focus on undergrounding in some capacity. And even if you disagree with the idea of us undergrounding, you can't ignore the fact that there are valid, legitimate concerns that are being raised and that can be solved by us bringing focus there. And I think that I'm talking about this electric line, the pole that's outside of my house. We know with climate change that these storms are going to get worse. And so we're fortunate it wasn't more houses that were destroyed and that we didn't have somebody die because a tree or an electric power line fell on their house. And I would hate to be on the council having had the opportunity to make a policy decision that would help prevent that and not have done anything about it. So to the point in regards to how big this is, yes, this is a big idea. It's very expensive. It's very hard. That's what we're here for. We're here to do the very difficult, hard things. And I think by allocating this funding is a good first step to show that we're serious about taking this idea on. But it obviously is going to take a lot more work. And I don't know if the solution is forming a committee necessarily or not, but we need to get serious about it and have a conversation, have a plan in place so that when the grants or whatever that is come available, that we're first in line, ready to go to apply for that or whatever the other funding opportunities are. The fire stations, our people come first. Our employees in this city are our ultimate responsibility. because they are providing the services that we all depend on day to day, that we all take for granted. And so when our public safety officials are spending a good portion of their lives in facilities that are outdated, old, falling apart, are bandaged with another bandage on top because the original bandage doesn't work. It's just, that doesn't work. And what caused us to get here in the first place, I think, is a whole conversation in and of itself. Why did we allow our facilities to get to this point in the first place? And I think this is kind of where some of the pressure is coming from, because now we're talking about stealing from Peter to pay Paul. I get it. I understand. But the fact of the matter is that we're here right now, and I need to make sure that our firefighters feel safe so that they can keep our community safe. So I absolutely think this should be prioritized, but I do think that there's a deeper conversation that we need to have, some kind of report card around all of our facilities in the city of Monterey that allows us to be accountable, but also allows us to be transparent to the public in regards to the status of our facilities. And when we're approving the budget and we haven't prioritized it to, you know, the things that are flashing red that are urgently important in disrepair, that's ultimately our fault and our responsibility. So we do need to have a deeper conversation around our longer term infrastructure. Hilltop Center, I heard the seismic thing, and I'm interested actually from hearing from staff in regards to maybe why that's not included in comparison to the other things that are on there. But again, I think there's this whole conversation around infrastructure because we're talking about Hilltop, which I understand that there's unique things going on there, but we have a lot of facilities. I mean, I'm thinking about Kona, Rec Center. I'm thinking about the work that still needs to be done at the Sports Center. There's so much work that needs to be done in the city. And again, we all take it for granted, and it's really easy to just keep on going by. But I think that the council has taken a right policy direction in regards to our finances, and setting funds aside to ensure that we can at least start putting funding away for all these pieces of major infrastructure. So definitely more conversation is needed. I think we're moving in the right direction. I appreciate Hans and staff putting work into putting this in front of us as a starting place to let NCIP take this and run with it. And let's see how this comes back. But again, I don't want to end on a sad note, really, just to say, this is where my concern is with NCIP, because let's say NCIP comes back and says, well, we don't need to fix this window at the, and I'm just giving this as an example, at the fire station, but everything else looks good. You know, we have city staff, engineers that are, you know, looking at these things day to day, maybe not from a community perspective. I do think that this creates an opportunity for more public engagement and transparency, right? I can't remember who said it earlier, but what if we came to the new Monterey Neighborhood Association and said, hey, this is what we want to do. You know, this is what's going on. Maybe you can present this, have that dialogue so that the public is more engaged with what's going on. I think there's an opportunity there. But my concern is that something comes back that's in disagreement with what our city engineers are telling us. And now we're going to be at odds with the NCIP because you all put in a lot of work to give recommendations that's at odds with what we're getting from city staff. So maybe that's just going to be ultimately our responsibility to try to nudge that through. But I think that there's a better way that we can create something systematically between the city, the NCIP, and the broader community in regards to what this relationship looks like moving forward. So I think that is it for me. Any last comments from the council? All right. I think with that, I appreciate you all again for taking the time to be part of this conversation, and I look forward to seeing what the NCIP comes up with. Thank you all. I'll give you all a minute, so if folks want to leave before we get to the next item, so that way we can have a, actually, let's take a Monterey 5. Good idea. Well, as soon as you did that, I was like, oh yeah, I see it.
Monterey 5.
Yeah, it's been 2 hours.
I know.
Alrighty. So we will move on to our next public appearance, item number 16, receive update on cannabis application process, review revenue and crime trends, and consider a 180-day pause on processing storefront retailer cannabis business permit applications. With that, I'll pass it to Hans for staff presentation. Hans is not here. So much I'm paying attention. All right, Hans, off to you.
What are we talking about?
Cannabis,
Bring us home. Finish this up.
literally.
So in the spirit of the previous agenda item, I wanted to emphasize that a few weeks back, following the news and discussions about things that have materialized with respect to cannabis, I spoke with the police chief and I spoke with some other members of our team and said, we got to bring this agenda report forward to the council. We need to give them an update about the application process, but we also need to share with the council some of the concerns that I sense I have, that the police chief probably already had, and some of the developments I've seen over the past couple of months here materializing in Northern California. And so the agenda report tonight is to receive an update on the cannabis application process, talk about the revenue that we think we will expect, talk about crime trends, and suggest to the city council to weigh all those options and put a 180-day pause on processing storefront retailers. And we put a presentation together, and again, in the spirit of the NCIP, that's again an agenda report that I felt is important enough to bring it forward to the city council for your consideration, and also to understand I come from a point of concern for our city, for our neighborhoods, for our businesses. And with that, I ask Ned to start the presentation.
Fantastic. And Hans covered these points as part of his introduction. So I'll go to the next slide. We wanted to take a few moments to share with all of you an update on the storefront retail applications. The deadline was January 29th, so last Monday, and we received a total of 13 applications, 13 retail storefront applications. And we have not begun the process to check the applications for completeness or determination of eligibility yet. We wanted to take some time to check in with council today first before doing so. That would be forwarded to our consultant, SCI Consulting, as part of the cannabis roadmap. The applicants have a wide variety of experiences, and all of the proposed businesses have at least 2 owners, and some as many as 4 or more owners. Earlier today, our analyst in City Manager's office, Mark Ackerman, he went through the applications. There are, again, 13 applications, 47 total owners, 8 of them with 4 or 6 owners, 5 with 2 to 3 owners, 9 with at least 1 owner based here in the city of Monterey, 10 with at least 1 owner based in Monterey County, and then 3 with at least 1 owner based out of state. So that gives a brief snapshot of what the retail applications look like. We also wanted to take a few moments to provide you with updated estimates on the revenues. As you can see in the bullet points here and in the staff report, the revenue estimates have decreased significantly, and as much as 46% in comparison to the initial estimates when we went through this process back in 2021. The initial estimate was that the city would receive anywhere between $604,000 to $1.3 million annually, based on what we're seeing with other cities, and the fact that this is we're not targeting completely the tourist core areas. The updated estimate is $322,000, $323,000 to $705,583 annually. The initial estimates were generated when legalized marijuana retail sales were stronger and more robust than today. And it was also based on a sales tax rate of 6%. The current rate is 4% for retailers, but of course, council has an option to increase that tax rate to 6%. But the reason why the rate was set at 4% is to be competitive with the other agencies, other cities, the county of Monterey that have cannabis retail stores in the region. We ran some numbers on how cannabis sales has shifted since the third quarter of 2021, and the cannabis sales, and that also results in reduced income for municipalities, have declined by more than 25%. You'll see here Seaside 25%, Salinas 26%, and Santa Cruz just over 28% decline since 2021, down to the most recent reportable quarter, which is the calendar year 23 third quarter. A couple of the headlines that we've seen last year: Monterey County Weekly, the cannabis industry here in this county struggling to survive. We're seeing that throughout the state. Overtaxing and burdensome regulations to blame as well. And just yesterday, San Jose Spotlight, there are a few cannabis shops that are facing closure now in San Jose, unfortunately. And the industry is struggling. This is from the Weekly, September 14th of last year. Urban Leaf, located right in the heart of downtown Salinas, ended up closing, and their parent company, State House, stated that their revenues were down 27% year on year, and they reported a net loss of $2.1 million in the quarter due to a heavy debt load. And we're going to go ahead and pass the baton over here to Police Chief Dave Hober. He'll talk a little bit about some of the crime trends that has been seen lately in the region.
Thank you, Nat. Good evening, Mayor, Council, and others. I am Dave Hober, is Nat related, your Chief of Police. Also with me tonight is Sergeant Jeremiah Rutchow, who is the Monterey Police Department point on all issues related to cannabis with the police department. And while Hans and Nat wanted to provide an updated cannabis roadmap and fiscal picture, I requested to address crime concerns surrounding cannabis. My concerns have been consistent since November of 2015, 9 years ago, when I first spoke to council surrounding cannabis in Monterey. I've consistently touched on two areas. The first concern was the staff resource time that would be devoted to this project and diverted from other priorities. And the second concern surrounded the potential for public safety and quality of life issues. I base these concerns on my own experiences as I enter my 36th year in law enforcement, on data, and watching what is occurring in this realm and other jurisdictions in primarily Northern California. This evening, I will focus on the change that we are seeing related to crime patterns surrounding cannabis. We've seen not only an increase in cannabis burglaries and robberies, which has resulted in violence, but more concerning to me, a distinct sophistication in tactics being utilized by the armed groups who are burglarizing or robbing cannabis businesses. These new tactics create a much greater risk to our community and to our responding officers. As a result of the increased violent crime and criminal success and absconding with cannabis product and cash, a friction has developed between the cannabis businesses and the police in local government in areas where this has been allowed. The cannabis businesses demand the police do more to protect their businesses. They demand that the police devote more resources to go after the illicit market that is negatively impacting the fiscal earnings of the legally conforming cannabis businesses. And in jurisdictions that have allowed cannabis to address these issues, police resources that could be utilized in other endeavors are utilized to address the cannabis issues. The schematic on this slide allows me to describe the change in tactics we are seeing. The slide shows not only an increase in crime in the Tri-County, Monterey, Santa Cruz, and San Benito County area from 22 to 23, from 3 incidents to 10, 6 incidents involving 5 or more suspects, and 4 incidents involving 3 or more vehicles. And this gives me the ability to talk about and explain that subjects are now swarming locations and burglarizing them, where they set their cars up facing away from the business for not only getaway, but to thwart incoming police. And when there are encounters with police or others trying to stop the burglaries, the suspects are armed and have shot at the officers and other people. This is a sophisticated change in tactics that we are starting to see. Next slide, please. This slide is related to Oakland police officer Tuan Lee, who was killed on December 29th, 2023. In that incident, Oakland Police Department uniformed and plainclothes officers were working a burglary suppression detail. They initially responded to a burglary of a cannabis business at approximately 1 a.m., but no suspects were there. At about 4:30 a.m., officers received an alarm at the cannabis business again and were responding. The fleeing suspects shot Officer Lee. Next slide, please. This slide points out the increase in frequency of cannabis-related burglaries in our Tri-County area. Since January of 2023, just over a year, 45% or almost half of those in just the last 3 months. So that shows an increase. Next slide, Nat. 24, sorry. So what this slide shows is Mark did a great job of presenting some information that Jeremiah had called through related to these. And it shows those green circles show the different incidents. And this points out in Santa Cruz, you see 2 circles, a total of 5 incidents. 1 incident included 3 armed suspects. 4 other incidents included a total of 26 suspects, and 1 was confirmed armed. In Watsonville, there were 3 incidents with a total of 30 suspects, 1 confirmed armed. In Prunedale, there were 2 incidents, 8 suspects. Salinas, 2 incidents with 2 total suspects. Marina, 1 incident with 1 suspect, which is kind of what we used to see. In Greenfield, 1 incident with 12 suspects. And there is a mistake on this slide in that it says unarmed in many of those. When Jeremiah compiled this information, he had a line that said confirmed armed. That doesn't mean that these others were unarmed. It just means that we didn't locate these people to confirm whether they were armed or not. So the unarmed part is actually not correct on this schematic. At the end of last year, several cannabis businesses were burglarized in Santa Cruz. And in one of the incidents, the owner of the business responded to the business and shot at the burglars, who shot back at him while they fled. The business owner was arrested and charges were filed for attempted murder. This relates to not only the violence, but the friction that I described earlier between the cannabis businesses, police department, and the local government in Santa Cruz. This and several following slides provide headlines related to shootings which are connected to cannabis burglaries. You can see 5 arrested in marijuana dispensary burglary in Napa. Shootout follows robbery of Santa Cruz. Martinez police fatally shoot person after responding to reported burglary at cannabis dispensary. I think this was from last week. Go ahead, Ned. And I want to pause and read this statement from the Santa Cruz cannabis business owner. And it's interesting to me, these next 2 slides, what's related here, because my perspective that I just described is also the perspective of cannabis business owners. So this relates, I worry it is only a matter of time before someone gets seriously hurt or killed. I'm hoping to get this story out to the public and get answers why the police have not done more to prevent this crew of vandals from continuing to terrorize our community here in Santa Cruz City and County. That was from a Santa Cruz cannabis business owner. And I think this illustrates the point that I made earlier, wherein the cannabis businesses are asking for more police resources. And again, if police resources are devoted to this, they will be taken from other priorities. And this statement as well. Local cannabis businesses are seeing a rapid rise in sophisticated burglary operations, boiling over last month in a one business owner attempting to intervene with gunfire. Industry leaders say the police, who have not made any arrests after multiple burglaries in 2023, are failing Santa Cruz. Police Chief Bernie Escalante disagrees. So in addition to asking for more police resources, we see that the police are being blamed for the current situation. And as I related to council on December 20th of 2020 concerning cannabis, I'm certainly not trying to create any issues, but as your chief, it is my duty to advise you of these potential issues. And with that, I'll turn the presentation back over to City Manager Hans Uslar.
Yeah, I want to summarize basically what you just heard, Council. Number one was one of the main drivers for us was, of course, the aspect of revenues. We estimated anywhere between $600,000 to $1.3 million. We showed you the latest numbers, which were somewhere between $300,000 to $630,000. Another area of concern is that, as the chief pointed out, we have a new way of sophisticated gangsters who are armed and who are overwhelming public safety just by the sheer numbers of players and cars. We create a new area of tension between city government and cannabis industries, cannabis businesses who think that police is not responding fast enough, who will put pressure in Santa Cruz on the city council, the city manager there, and the police, and we will have similar incidents here if it prevails. Monterey has a reputation. When people come to Monterey, they come out of areas in the Bay Area, and many of you know how people feel when they go into their downtown shopping areas, you know that safety in San Francisco is not an issue, shall we say. Safety in San Francisco is really not guaranteed. Monterey is a safe haven for people coming here. And if you come to Monterey, you expect that you can enjoy a day on the Monterey Peninsula or 2 days in a safe environment. If we have incidents like that in our city, it will erode our reputation as family friendly, as a high-end tourist destination. And it will make headlines in just those areas we are catered to. The driving market north of us is about, I think, 11, 12 million people, and many of those come over the weekends here, and again, it endangers all the basis of our industry here. Council was also saying we need to have opportunities for our residents to shop cannabis products here in Monterey. Well, I say for the time being, we have retail access in Seaside, those dispensaries that are still surviving over there. We have it in Delray Oaks, and we have it also in the unincorporated area of the county in Carmel. Next slide. So question for me is, with all the risks coming, or with all the cannabis related crime increasing, what will happen to Monterey status if cannabis related crimes make headlines in other destinations? And also the other part, and the chief pointed that out as well, what risk do we want to bring to our own neighborhoods, to our residents, and to our law enforcement officers with bringing those businesses here which attract those type of crimes presently? Next slide. So the idea of the 180-day pause on cannabis is based on the thought that you, the council, should consider to take a step back. You should discuss with your constituents what they actually think now, knowing what is going on right now. Nobody expects that this 180 days will lead to significant changes in the organized criminals who are staking out the places and attack those shops. But it is basically allowing us to take a step back right at this time. We have collected all the applications, but again, out of an abundance of being extremely worried about our city, extremely worried about the future of our city and all our existing businesses and our reputation, we should really hit the pause button. And you and us, the staff, we should again feel the pulse of the community after knowing what we know and what they probably also see in the news. Is it worth it? Money-wise, it's not worth it anymore. So again, I think that is a prudent course of action and is kind of in line with how we deal with problems like that here in Monterey, by hitting the pause button and thinking about what we are doing. What still will continue is we will still permit a non-storefront retail business for delivery of medicinal cannabis, and also the 2 cannabis events at the fairgrounds, cannabis testing laboratories, and cannabis delivery application will still continue. So there is still, in a way, the continuation of the cannabis implementation. And I think that's the last slide. That's it.
Okay, any questions from the council? Councilmember Hoffa.
Yeah, guess I have a question about the cities where these crimes have been reported. Do we know that their ordinances are comparable to ours in terms of safety requirements for dispensaries?
So what we found and what we looked at when we were looking at this ordinance was we looked at those issues that are kind of industry standards. And so actually before I came over here tonight, I was looking at our ordinance for those safety sections, and those are pretty much general issues surrounding making sure the doors are locked, that they have alarms, that they have security cameras, all those kinds of things are an industry standard. And quite frankly, I've thought about, okay, what could we do that would stop this from occurring? But honestly, and here's what went through my head. Why aren't they doing this at banks, right? And could we take a big, huge vault and put all the stuff in the vault? But obviously with this, there's all kinds of product and you can't readily move those things in those ways. And I think that truly, as I pointed out, the businesses are saying the same thing that the police are saying. They're both saying the same thing, that there's an increased sophistication, and the criminals are smart and they've evolved, and this is how they're reacting to this. So in some of those businesses, I believe they've run cars into buildings to create gaps and holes into them. So they have made a determination that even with security, I don't think there's things that we can do, because I think they would already be doing them in these other places to stop those things from happening.
Chief, do you know why our cities near us, Delray Oak, Seaside, the Carmel dispensaries have not been hit? Or what's, it seems like it's areas around us, but has not happened here.
I don't know exactly why. I think there was one in Marina, and Prunedale. There was one in Marina. There was Greenfield. So while those aren't directly on our peninsula, there's nothing that says that they won't be. I don't think Santa Cruz had these things happening previously. And again, it's the tactics that have changed. As you know, I worked in San Jose for 25 years, and I remember that prior to cannabis even being legal, there was robberies going on there. So I think that things move, and as we get more dispensaries, there's obviously more opportunity for these kinds of things to happen.
And last question, if I may, I could be wrong, and maybe the city attorney knows more, but I thought President Biden was moving to delist cannabis, which would make it possible to eliminate the cash business aspect of the industry. And it seems like, I don't know if it's fair to say, but it seems like that's part of the problem as far as crime, is the attraction of having so much cash. Could you speak to that? Am I confused about that, or is that something I read? I'm pretty sure I read something about that.
I'm pretty sure I've read something about that too, but I don't know the status of it. And you're right, it does relate to the cash nature of it, because it's prohibited under federal law. They can't have a regular bank account.
Thank you.
Councilmember Garcia.
When they attacked the nursery in Watsonville, they went after the product, not after the cash.
That was a nursery, or was that a dispensary? Okay.
That's the one that's outlined in the presentation. Okay.
Question for staff. Is there a sense ballpark if things continue as planned, what would be around the earliest time that a retail would be operating in the city?
Yeah, that's hard to say because it depends really on the businesses, how eager they are to open. So I think we planned on having the permit application completed by June, July, right? And then we see already spaces where people have land banked and have reserved their spots pending if they get the application. And it can be a very eager business owner who opens within whatever 4 to 8 weeks, and sometimes that gets drawn out. So it's hard to give an estimate there.
I guess maybe a different question. It wouldn't be any earlier than June.
Based on our current timeline, we would complete phase 4 by the end of May. And when I say phase 4, that is final approval, zone clearance, and award of permits. So by that time, the council subcommittee would have met, would have identified its preference, bring forward recommendations to the council for consideration of business applications. That's based on the roadmap that
Good, thank you.
presented.
And Hans, would you mind repeating the very last piece about what is continuing? I kind of missed the.
So what is continuing is the two permitted events at Monterey Fairgrounds, which is Cali Roots and Rebels and Renegades. One license for a non-storefront medicinal cannabis retailer, and one application for a delivery, cannabis delivery application. Yep, I remember.
And I think maybe my last question here is actually, no, it was answered. That's all. Thank you.
Councilmember Barber.
Yes, so in kind of piggybacking on Councilman Garcia's about the ones that are remaining. So I'm understanding that there are no applications I know the 2 for the events are done, but for the laboratory piece and the delivery, there are no applications for that at this time?
Those are being collected on an ongoing basis. The focus and our deadline for the application process was focused on the storefront retail applications.
Okay, but in answer to my question, there's no applications for that at this time.
We have not received applications yet for the cannabis events. There is an application for those, as well as testing labs. We have not received any applications under
Okay,
those
there's
categories.
No deadline for those?
No.
Only deadline for the retail?
Correct.
Okay. And I'm just curious, I'm not sure how this is lining up, but it looks like that the sales tax, the taxable sales really kind of peaked during the pandemic piece. And I'm seeing, and I don't know whether it's a coincidence or not, because of a lot of anxiety and different other things that were going on. I'm noticing how the curvature started going down, but then it peaks again. So I'm just curious as to what the trend actually really looks like, since the pandemic, era is not an era that is a normal, depiction of time. And so I'm just curious as to, how legitimate the different sales tax would be for this particular graph that's here in the report. Because I think in consideration of knowing that what was going on during those times and those seasons, that may not have been an accurate picture of what sales tax trend would look like.
That is a very good point. There was an increase in, you'll see here, the graph that Dr. Barber is referring to is the one that I have up here on the screen. This is based on total taxable sales in the city of Seaside. This is data reported to the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration, CDTFA. And you'll see the peak, it has shifted from $19.8 million in the 2019-20 time period to a peak of 24.7 million. That's during the peak of the pandemic. And it it went down. It looks like it may go up slightly, but all the agencies we've spoken with, City of Seaside and the county staff in the cannabis program have told us that they are projecting the cannabis sales to either stay flat or drop even further. And Seaside is hoping that there will be a cannabis retailer to take over the Urban Leaf location on Broadway. But we're also hearing from the county that they expect more cannabis retailers to fold over the next year. And this is information from staff.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Smith?
Probably would take economists to figure this out, but I'm just thinking in 2020 and 2021, while we were still in COVID, there was a lot of money floating around called unemployment. And there were a lot of folks that were not working, but they had cash coming in. So it's a lot of factors that might create the peak. But clearly the business is declining as sort of anticipated. I think the city manager and staff is asking for something that's legitimate. 180-day pause makes sense. We've got an outline of some of the crime trends and the issues in the Tri-County area that will eventually affect us. No amount of security is going to defeat a surprise attack at 4 a.m. when the police department is at its premium staff, and I won't even say the numbers, but there's less people in the middle of the night than there are during the day. And people are sleeping. And so you rely on alarms and barking dogs and vigilant police officers and security guards to help spot. But nothing will defeat a highly motivated group of individuals driving stolen vehicles and blacked out license plates that descend upon your community. And they did this, and they continue to do this in Apple stores around the country. 20 people converge on an Apple store, and what do they want? They want product. Well, here they're going to do the same thing. Whether it's in the daytime or the nighttime, it's a big concern for me. The other part of this is
Councilmember Smith, real quick, I just want to check, and I apologize for interrupting. We're doing questions right now, and I wasn't sure if you had any. If you want to give your points now, that's fine, but I just wanted to check in and make sure that we're.
Yeah, maybe I got it a little bit out in front. I'll stop there and I don't have any other question statements, and maybe we'll go to the public.
I appreciate you, sir.
Yeah.
All righty. With that, I don't have any questions, so we'll go out to the public. If I will ask for those that are in the chamber, if you wouldn't mind standing off to the side here or raising your hand if you want to stay seated. Okay. So we have 2, 4, 6 standing and 1 seating. So we have 7 in the chamber. And then I'm going to do a countdown for folks to use the raise hand function online to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have 4 folks online. We're going to limit it to 2 minutes. So let's go ahead and start in the chamber.
Kevin Day, and I'm speaking as a private citizen and resident of Monterey. And I want to address this issue about governance rather than cannabis, considering that you've been talking about cannabis for 4 years. I look at a lot of government agendas each week, and there are some governments in California that I would consider to be poorly run or even corrupt. They do have RFPs, RFQs, notices for bidding. They get the applications or the bids in, and then for some reason they decide, hey, I'm not going to do this anymore. And I always feel bad for those businesses because these businesses spend a lot of time and money on putting these applications together. They build business plans. It's actually disrespectful, I think, for businesses to apply for something that a government is offering, and then the government says, oh, I guess we're not going to do it anymore. So I'd like you to think about that. Back here, there should be 47 people from 13 companies here complaining about what you're doing. The second issue is, we've known actually since this was started discussed 4 years ago, there are crime issues involved with cannabis. Revenue is going down. I have to say, Councilman Smith people were mocking you. Apparently you are vindicated. You were correct all along. I just, there have been lots of talk about different things to do with cannabis, and these issues have been around all along. It is bizarre to me that all of a sudden after the application deadline, oh, maybe we shouldn't do it anymore. I mean, this breeds conspiracy theories. So, I'm no big fan of cannabis. I think it should have been very limited in what it did. And I mentioned before, other cities might lose revenue because of us. But I at this point, it's too late, I think. I think you're wrong to back out of this after going so far. You deliberated over this for 4 years. Why all of a sudden change your mind? I'd like to hear more about it and what may be behind all this, because it's strange. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin.
Hello, Eric Palmer from Monterey Vista. I want to point out the irony to the council and to the public that after we were just painted a grim financial picture of deferred maintenance, we are now discussing an agenda report that seems to strongly recommend an ambiguous delay in voter-approved economic activity that would bring much-needed revenue to our city. It's my understanding that the council directive to staff has been to proceed with the cannabis roadmap. In the published 2024 City Staff Work Program, the #1 staff priority for enhancing economic opportunities is continuing the cannabis roadmap implementation, and 2, implementing the cannabis business license tax. Why are we relitigating discussions that have already been decided about the pros and cons of prohibition in Monterey? When crime was brought up as a potential issue by our police department during the initial discussions, council asked for crime reports from our neighboring jurisdictions and found nothing. 9 years later, we have one incident with one suspect in Marina. We've been showing a bar graph with crime figures for the massive Tri-County area with a total of 3 incidents in 2022 and 10 in 2023. It's worth noting that there are 33 convenience store robberies in Monterey County alone in 2023. Based on speculation and the anecdotes provided, several of which are from the San Francisco Bay Area. There does not seem to be a compelling public safety concern that warrants city staff to override the will of Monterey voters, city council, and nearly 2,000 survey respondents. By not allowing retail years ago, we have missed out on millions of dollars in revenue. At this point, 24 states have legalized recreational cannabis, and there's plenty of data about how legal cannabis businesses have benefited their communities. Meanwhile, the cannabis-related crime epidemics that some predicted simply did not happen. I personally would prefer strongly regulated local businesses to a black market that is strengthened by prohibition. Thank you.
Good evening, members of City Council. I'm here again, not just as an advocate for cannabis, but as your constituent, a neighbor, and a fellow taxpayer. Twice, our community spoke loud and clear. 69% and 65% of us affirmed yes to Prop 64 and Measure J, seeking access to legal cannabis in our city. Today, delaying this process not only disregards the will of the voters, but also undermines the potential benefits to Monterey. The revised revenue estimates, while lower than anticipated, still represent new income for our city. Imagine fixing a pothole here or funding fire equipment, tangible improvements made possible by responsible cannabis businesses. And this picture could get even brighter. With potential federal rescheduling of cannabis looming, our regulatory framework could soon become more streamlined and efficient, positively impacting cannabis operators and the city. And as part of the community engagement plan that many applicants submitted, we had to partner with local businesses and nonprofits. Delaying stalls these partnerships and misses out on valuable support from job creation to crucial grants. Let's address crime concerns with facts, not fear. Unlike larger cities facing broader issues, Monterey has robust security measures, licensing, background checks, surveillance. Let's proactively build on them, collaborating with neighboring communities to invest in joint officer training and community outreach. Residents shouldn't have to drive 20 minutes for legal cannabis, potentially fueling the black market. We deserve safe, convenient options at home, especially for those who rely on it for medical purposes. Delaying stalls progress, discourages investments, and jeopardizes jobs. Let's move forward with responsible implementation. Proving Monterey can embrace legal cannabis while prioritizing public safety, generating revenue, and enhancing our community. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Mayor, members of the council, my name's Rick Hoyer. I'm not actually going to advocate one way or the other on whether or not staff's idea. I want to put some perspective for this. I have a little bit of unique information in that my son-in-law owns and operates a testing, delivery, and packaging facility in the Sacramento area. His facility was hit, and they drove multiple vehicles through the thick fencing, multiple layers of fencing, and broke in at a time frame when no one was there, so no one got hurt, but lost about $80,000 in product. There are two driving factors for this crime aspect and why in some ways it's getting worse. One has been touched on, it's cash. And California has had opportunities off and on, has talked about creating a bank so that you could actually have a place to put your cash. Because the problem is you can't put it in anything that has takes federal money or federal insurance. He actually does have a bank account in Texas where they're willing to do it. The other thing is the criminal penalties for this are so light that they're out, and the people who got caught and were tracked for stole his product, they were out on the street within days and do not face major crimes, even though it's a Schedule I drug. The crimes and the penalties are not the same. The penalties in many ways are actually worse at the time what you used to get when you're smoking a joint than breaking into and stealing, $500,000 in cannabis. Until those two things change, there is zero incentive for people not to keep doing it. Now, how you can work and deal with that and and decide whether or not to move forward with this at this time, I'll leave that up to you. I personally support, I think, moving forward, whether it's time to pause or not. I'm just not sure what a pause is actually going to get you. Because until those things are changed, break-ins and assaults are going to continue. And it's just the nature of the beast, as you still get the Apple stores being targeted as well.
Thank you, Rick. I almost had to stop you again. I didn't want to do it. Oh, I needed that. Thank you.
One thing about the NCIP.
Council staff, Rick Aldinger, resident of Monterey. Focused my comments on the crime aspect. We can all agree that crime is not good for our residents. More crime is not good for the visitors to our community. And the crime, as Hans stated earlier, is not good for the reputation of Monterey. And to do something that's going to invite another layer of crime to our community seems ill-advised, in my opinion. We're going to divert precious law enforcement resources from other priorities and put those folks in harm's way. And again, it's a new level of crime and concern for our community. So, Prop 47, I think, Rick Hoyer's comments alluded to Prop 47 concerns, didn't help, but that's where we are. And so I think if there are concerns about particularly the safety of our law enforcement, our residents and our visitors, and there are more questions and consideration to be given to this that we can accomplish in a pause here, I support that notion and support a pause to figure some of this stuff out. Thank you.
Thanks, Rick. Evening.
Hello, my name is Perla Silva. I am a resident here in the county, and I am also an applicant for one of the retail businesses. And I am hearing a lot of the concerns, which I completely agree with. I've been in the cannabis industry on and off for the past 7 years, and I've seen a transition into something completely different than what it first started in as. And I do agree that crime is a concern. I do think that some of the issues that are involved with crime are also wages. So the average worker in cannabis, your local cannabis consultant, is making anywhere from $16 to $18 an hour. And so what that ends up doing is it creates resentment towards the company, because it creates resentment towards the community. And you realize that a lot of these hits tend to be internal employees who just are not feel like they need to be vindicated of some sort. Besides that, there used to be like a regulation where it said that all your product needed to be held in a certain location. Somebody mentioned a vault, and that wasn't too far off from what we had to do to lock product up behind doors, so it wasn't as accessible. I'm not sure at what point that changed. And now when you go into retailers, you see product on the floor, and it's a candy store. It's so accessible that nobody, there are no restrictions when it comes to that shopping experience. So I do believe that I am in support of the 180-day pause, if that means that we also discuss implementing certain regulations that help the community stay safe, by whether it's implementing that we do lock up product at night, whether it is that we have more intense security, whether it means that we have a minimal wage for cannabis employees. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Tom Raleigh, President, Fisherman Flats Homeowners and Residents Association. Our executive council met first week in January, and it was mentioned by a couple of the members about the recent events. And I think it was Greenfield was the most recent one that they knew about. And while there is a danger, and I think the city manager correctly identified the way Monterey is known and what it's known for. And my partner in real estate, Rita Painter, owns the CBD shop on Lighthouse Avenue. And she reports that people come in all the time trying to buy marijuana. And she says, no, you've got to go to Seaside. So there is a loss of business. There's no doubt about it. But she hasn't had, as far as I know, any attempted robberies or burglaries so far. The mark or the reputation of Monterey, and again, I'm a member of MCHA also, is very important. And I think that there was a vote, yes, but at the time the vote was taken, we didn't have the incidents of the criminal activity that we have. And I think what the city manager has proposed, limited amount of activity, but taking a pause, and then to take a look at maybe the rules on what a license, whether it's in perpetuity or whatever it is, you need to take a look at those rules to see whether how you want to approach it. But it seems like a pause from a reputation aspect would be the smart thing to do at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Riley. All right, we'll take it online, please.
Calling on MS.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. This is Mitchell Sawney. I own a local business on Alvarado Street. I'm glad I got to speak this time. I did have my hand raised for a previous item. I completely support the city manager and the police chief's stance on this. And I would encourage the council to consider additional funding for the police department, just as a concerned local business owner, that what strain this would put on our police department. I would also encourage the council in this pause, if that does happen tonight, that there be some guidance for local city owners on how to handle any sort of situation that may arise from a security perspective, and what sort of liability that brings on businesses that are not involved in cannabis at all, for people who are under the influence of cannabis that choose to, visit other businesses that have absolutely nothing to do with cannabis. So from a liability perspective, it is a very big deal for every other business. I just want that sentiment to be heard. And again, a pause would be a great thing. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. Next, we have Esther.
Hello again. So with the exception of Kim and Gino, everybody on city staff and on the council will remember me telling you about the decline in income. I hate to tell you I told you so, but I told you so. I lived in Denver before here and watched what was going on over there. The one aspect also not mentioned here is the increase in ER visits that they've had over there, particularly when it comes to children and pets. I want to remind everybody that at the time we were talking about this, there weren't any catalytic converter thefts. There weren't any Apple stores being broken into. And that's changed over the same amount of time that this crime has increased as well. I will say that depending on where these applications are, during this 18-month pause, which I hope we do have, I would like my side of the city to discuss whether or not we want to be included in the areas that we're going to allow this, because originally we were not. And I suspect that if more of my neighbors see the data that the chief has presented tonight, which before there wasn't the data and now there is, I suspect that we will, most of us, not want this on North Fremont, which it wasn't supposed to be to begin with. We will already have to deal with the repercussions of having it at the fairgrounds, which is more than enough that we should have to bear a burden for the whole city to gain potential income that would be offset by what increase we would have to spend on our police department to take care of these businesses. So I support an 18-month pause. Thank you.
All right, next we have Joey. Go ahead, please.
Good evening, members of the City Council. I believe the analysis of these criminal events should be viewed in the context of overall crime statistics in the region. Focusing solely on cannabis-related crimes can be misleading without considering the broader crime environment. We need to determine if these events are isolated cases in otherwise low crime areas or reflect a general crime trend. How many of these crimes have taken place in Carmel Valley, Seaside, or Delray Oaks? It's also worth mentioning that the majority of the cited crimes have been linked to a group of repeat offenders rather than a widespread issue in the cannabis community. Majority of these events happened at non-retail related operators. Cultivation sites store a much higher quantity of products than retailers. Another reason could be state law has far less security requirements for those licensees compared to retail requirements. It's important to recognize the economic benefits that the cannabis industry continues to bring to our local area, despite revenue projections being adjusted from initial estimates. Beyond tax revenue, the industry has created job opportunities and opened the doors for local entrepreneurship and innovation. When looking at tax revenues from neighboring cities, we must note that 2020 and 2021 saw an increase in sales due to COVID stimulus, so we should be comparing 2022 to date for a better baseline. A question I have is, if a pause does take place for the applicants who seek a refund, will they be allowed to reapply at a later date, or would they be completely losing out on the opportunity? Also, if delivery is allowed during the pause, will they be allowed to apply for retail once available? A potential pause raises many questions that deserve answers. In conclusion, I believe the city has thoroughly considered its position over the past several years. I encourage the council to continue moving forward with the application process, as many people have worked hard and waited years for an opportunity to do business here. Cannabis business can and have positively contributed to the community, and we should give them the opportunity to do the same in the city of Monterey. Thank you for your time.
And our last speaker, Mark.
Good evening. My name is Mark Kelly, and I live in Monterey. This is not a subject I've honestly given a lot of thought to in my life, but I've paid attention to it over the last couple of months. And I was struck by the chief's comments this evening, not as if it's a good idea, a bad idea, it should happen today, it should happen tomorrow. However, when the chief of police in our community raises concerns that the department either isn't prepared or isn't quite yet understanding how they might want to manage this process. I think we have to step back and give that an enormous amount of respect. The revenue dollars I heard are going down. I guess it would have to be balanced against a chief who isn't sure how his officers manage it and what that overtime would take. But I'll put those two things aside. If we're asking for a 180-day, as I understand it, delay to try and manage how we move forward with this process, to make sure that our police department is fully equipped in their minds to deal with what's foreseeable or could be foreseeable, understanding we can't take every account of a possible infraction into consideration. But as best as we can do, I think we give deference to our law enforcement officers who we depend on for our public safety. And I hope the council would respect the chief's perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. And that is the last comment, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Clementine, and thank you for all those that have participated in public comment. And with that, we'll bring it back to the council for deliberation. Councilmember Smith, I see the hand up.
I do have a question that I wanted to get to, and then I have a couple of comments. In the staff report, Mr. City Manager, you indicate that the new city's estimate, updated revenue estimate, is a range of 322,000 to about 705,000 annually. So put that against what we estimate the cost of internal systems, including planning, police costs. What do we anticipate an annual cost would be hit to the city?
So that's an unknown number for us right now. The police chief always tells me that those costs will be, he doesn't use the word staggering, but he always tell me that those costs to manage and oversee and ensure the compliance with the regulations will be easily offset the revenue. So that's the experience that the police chief has shared with me, but we have not run those numbers, frankly, because we haven't done it. The police chief has done it in San Jose and bases his judgment on that. I just want to state, frankly, to some of the folks speaking up here, it's my job and it's my duty to bring you the concerns forward. That is my job as city manager, to look out for the neighbors, to look out for our main businesses here, for the hospitality industry. And I understand the concerns that Mr. Dayton raises about governance or other speakers have raised. I very much respect them. What I hope they can respect is that this is not done out of some sort of conspiracy or whatever Mr. Dayton shared with us. This is done out of main worries about our community and our DNA and our success as a safe community. And the what ifs are things that I have to consider day in, day out. And my request for the council is just to take a breather, listen, and decide what they want to do. This is the job of our elected officials, to take the next step and decide whether they take those concerns serious or whether they want to continue the path that we have started walking down. So I just wanted to share that also with the council.
Do you want me to make a couple of closing comments? Yeah, I think the ask is reasonable. I think it makes sense. I appreciate the comments from everybody tonight. There was a particular comment that resonates with me from some perspectives of hospitality and perspectives of what our neighbors probably started to agree with, but now they're starting to see a little different picture. I think 180 days is reasonable to allow our staff and the police department to re-engage and determine how best we move forward with the policy. And quite frankly, I still disagree with the policy. You all know that. You all know what the vote was. But I feel that we should be listening to people that are making a reasonable recommendation that does not put us in a position that you you take the pause and you do the policy right, and you try and do something right when you do it and not rush things. And I think it's, a comment in terms of when you're trying to craft policy and trying to think of everything you can, you wake up a few weeks later and you think, gee, I wish we would have included something else. So I think this is a chance to make sure we're not trying to shove a square block in a round hole. I think we need to get it right. It needs to be accurate. And I think 180 days is a reasonable period of time to do something we've never done before. So I agree with staff recommendation.
Thank you, Councilmember Smith. Councilmember Barber.
So I think this is a lot of new information that we're getting about something we discussed that we didn't have at the time. And I think that I can understand coming from where some of the people who have applications and spoke about tonight, particularly the one young lady who actually spoke about restrictions and being able to implement more regulations and being able to kind of set the stage to be a little bit safer from going forward. But I would propose 120 days as opposed to 180 days, so it could be in line with closer to the time period in which they were estimating about when they would go forth, so that it doesn't kind of stalemate the applicants so long and not knowing what the city's going to do. I also believe that with the event and the testing lab and delivery applications continuing to be ongoing and open, that still gives opportunity for us to move forward in this way. But I'm looking toward 120 days and not 180, so it could be more in line with not stalemating the applicants for the retail stores. That's where I stand.
Okay. Councilmember Hoffa.
Yeah, so I am concerned about the 13 businesses that have put in applications. They put in a lot of work. Presumably they have business plans, they've got investments. And so how many of those businesses will end up just folding their plans and going away and decide Monterey's not a serious partner? So that's concerning to me. I'm more interested in seeing what were those proposals. I think there were some good comments about crime in terms of, looking at the larger picture in terms of where the crime's happening and other crime trends in those areas. So I'm not sure that the picture we got was complete enough for me to really conclude that there is a serious threat that we should be worried about here. How many of those were related to growing and nurseries as opposed to dispensaries? We're not going to have nurseries. We're not going to have as much product. So if that it wasn't quite clear to me in the presentation, but that would be comparing apples and oranges. I also think, I'm not sure what all of the regulations they put in place. I think our chief of police and our city attorney did as much as possible in order to make this ordinance as safe as possible. So as far as the economics go, economies rise, economies fall. Sometimes that's just the way of the world. That's how economics work. And so it could be in 2 years that revenues will be significantly more. Could be they're less. I mean, I don't think that should be determinative. We've spent 4 years talking about this. It feels like an eternity. I'm not sure what new is going to happen in 180 days. That would change things. We've had multiple votes of the people, and it's been pretty consistent. About 2/3 of the people want to move forward with this. About 1/3 aren't comfortable with this. If we look at just the folks that have turned up here to participate tonight, if I saw a crowded room of people, that would be very different. But we pretty much are hearing the same things from some of the same folks. And, earlier tonight, we had a packed room. I mean, people were very concerned about changes to NCIP. I don't think people are as concerned about this. And I think we can, if we do it right, some of these problems can be mitigated. There's a saying, I shared this with the water district when they were considering something and whether they should change the direction they were going or not. And I think it's applicable here too. Comes from a philosopher named Descartes. And, he says, you're lost in the woods, not sure whether you should go this way or that, but you've been going this way. You keep going that way because you're going to find out either you're going the right direction or you're not going the right direction. Eventually, you're going to get to where you want to go, or you're going to realize you weren't going the right way. But if you're constantly going back and forth, you never get out of the forest. You're lost. So I just think we need to move forward. And if we need to adopt other security measures, and honestly, if the staff had said, look, there are some other security measures that we think could make this safer and would prevent crime, I would be open to that. But that's not what I'm hearing. What I'm hearing is you need to talk to your constituents because they might be afraid, but I don't see them here tonight. Yeah, I think we need to keep moving forward. I think it's the fair thing to do to those businesses. I think we have the opportunity to generate some revenue that's going to be beneficial for the city. And yeah, we know we have revenue challenges. So that's how I see it.
Thank you, everyone, for your feedback. So I think that any business will carry a certain amount of risk when getting set up. So this is an item I really can't support. I think that really in reading the staff report, I think if the goal was to provide information to council and then provide options in terms of how to address this risk, I think if that would have been the intention, I think it would have read a little bit more different. But the way that I interpret it in reading the report, it almost seemed to me like information was cherry-picked to create fear. And I think that's not the more appropriate way to proceed with this, because again, we have a number of applicants who have spent invested their time, their money, because we in essence said, we're going to set this up and you're all welcome to apply. So I think that I also don't see a complete picture of what this crime threat is. I don't think that one incident in Marina, which is our closest city, really speaks to the potential risk that we will be facing. So that to me is very incomplete information. In terms of the economics, I don't think we should be saying no to a group of businesses who would bring $300,000 to the city. Some might think that that's not enough, but 300,000 is 300,000. I think also something else that we need to strongly consider and not forget, and this is an item that really hits home for me, is that these retail locations could serve a group of our residents who potentially are battling terminal illness or serious illnesses. And this is a place where they could go and get medication for their symptoms. They don't have to drive to another city. I lost my mom 2 years ago from pancreatic cancer, and something that alleviated her symptoms during that time was gummies, CBD oil. It really eased the pain, the nausea. So if we can provide that for our residents in our city, we can't forget about that. Yeah, thank you.
So I'm in agreement with my colleagues that just spoke in regards to not being able to support this request. And I just want to respond to a few of the things that I've heard and just some additional thoughts. So the idea that this is being rushed, I think Councilmember Hoffa spoke to that. I mean, we've been talking about this for many years. Staff has put a lot of time, energy, and resources into this. There was a lot of public engagement and dialogue on this topic. So the idea that we're trying to shove this down people's throats, I mean, is just I don't see that at all. I think this is probably one of the most extensive community engagement processes that we've had in the city. I am concerned, and I appreciate Kevin's comments, because I'm concerned around what the message is that this is sending to folks that want to do business with us in general. If we say, hey, let's start a process, and then we have to think about it more, even though you put time and energy, and we might give you your money back, but what does that mean to other people in other industries when they're coming to us and we're saying we're going to find a way of getting to know? And my hope is that we move this city in a direction that we find a way of getting to yes, and making things possible. The things that I think about when we look at it from an economic perspective, we talked a lot about the opportunities around funding for different housing related programs. So I see that on the chopping block if we try to move forward with the delay. It was really important for us to find the need for diversifying our funds. I think the pandemic was a clear example of putting all of our eggs in one basket in the hospitality industry. And to be clear, this doesn't mean that we don't continue to support and allow the hospitality industry to flourish. But as from a business perspective and how we run the city, it's important that we find alternative sources of funds. And that doesn't mean we have to limit it to cannabis either. But this is where the city has spent a lot of its energy on fulfilling that goal. I heard earlier, I can't remember who shared this, but the problem being the criminal penalties. I think it might have been Rick. And I think that that's absolutely true. I think that issue needs to be addressed. The police chief has spoken about this in the past, and there seems to be a lot of dialogue happening at the state level. And I'm optimistic that there's going to be some changes in that direction. I don't know how soon that's going to be, but the dialogue is happening. And so I would hate for us to move into a direction to try to prevent something that is not the source of a problem. I think of also about the homeless community, and a lot of folks think that by us providing service for the homeless community, we're going to attract homeless and increase crime. And it's like a misplaced argument. I also think about folks that are alcoholics and, cause disturbances in the community or commit crimes and misbehave. Why aren't we addressing that as well? If this is the focus of the conversation, then let's take a broad approach in regards to what we're trying to address, then micro focusing on something that the majority of the council has already expressed support on. We've been moving down this direction, and now all of a sudden, something is being presented to us that is not in alignment with the direction that we were directly elected to push forward, which is our policy initiatives. Just in regards to the 180-day pause, I don't see the value in it. It's either at this point, and I think we can kind of get a sense of direction this is going, but it's either we do it or we don't. The idea of doing a pause doesn't make any sense to me, because by the time that folks get their permits, that period would have already been expired and we should have already figured something out. So I'm also open to the idea of any additional policy initiatives that staff think is helpful or supportive towards us moving in the right direction. I do feel a little bit caught off guard in regards to the direction that this is going in when the council has, I think, clearly expressed what we felt. I don't know if maybe an article or something in a Friday folder might have been better placed to just kind of keep us informed about what's going on. But I'm just, one of the things that I think about is, and the thing that I hear concern of from staff is time. And it seems like a lot of time and energy has gone into this when we have a lot of other priorities going on in the city. We've been here for talking about this for almost 2 hours. So all that being said, I'll entertain a motion.
Can I make one final comment?
Yes, go ahead.
There's an opposite of Descartes. And it's when you're on a path and you're not sure where you're going. He didn't have a compass. We have a compass. We have a police chief, we have a staff. And I think that they're asking for some wisdom, and by your vote tonight, I can see how it's going. What you're saying is you don't trust their advice and their ask. Because I think that the data is out there. There are 14 incidents that we were presented with tonight that are within, I think, 45 miles of Monterey. There are more when you look. And I know that many of you are not studying and looking at crime statistics that are all around us in California related to the business of cannabis. So tonight I will just say, we're going to have problems in the future. And I said this before when you all were voting for it. I think it's bad business and it's bad policy to not address the ask from a police chief and staff, which is not eliminating it. It's asking for a pause so that we can make sure we do it right. I just think it's wrong policy. I just want to go on the record to say that I think that security in any business, especially a business like this, it's imperative that we get it right. And to diminish the slide we saw and say that it's not enough for you, I don't know what else it takes, but maybe more conversation with the police chief. And I'm looking at you, Gino. I think it's important to get around the details here, because there are more details in the industry of cannabis that will shock you. And I fear that we're going down the wrong path and we're not paying attention to the compass. Thank you, Mayor.
And that's specifically why I also was looking at you, because really the recommendation.
Put your mic on.
Thank you. The recommendation here is to receive an update on the application process, right? And consider a 180 day pause. Okay. So for you to say that I don't trust my police chief, I think that's unfair, because the ask here is not take police chief's recommendation. The ask is consider. And we all have different perspectives, which is great. It's what makes this council great, right? I'm not wrong for deciding on how I'm going to vote. Neither are you. We all bring different perspectives. The hope is that we're also bringing not only our own perspectives, but the perspectives of our constituents. And yeah, this to some extent is personal for me, as I shared earlier. But I also try to keep in mind what our residents are also asking for. We heard some here, and I've had conversations about this with other folks also outside in the community. And yeah, the ask is also to bring all that information together so that we can all make the best decision possible for everyone.
Yeah, Mayor, this doesn't need to go
Sorry,
back and forth.
hold on,
Wait.
hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. I just want to make sure that everybody gets, so I do this every single time. So we do a round and we'll go around again. So we'll come back to you if you want to speak again. I just want to check in with Councilmember Hoffa and Councilmember Barber to see if they have anything to add to the conversation, and then we'll come back around to you, sir.
So I just want to be clear as I vote tonight that I'm in favor of 120-day pause, but that's not what's on here tonight. It's the 180 day. So I want to be very clear as I vote tonight. I'm not voting to not do a pause, but I'm voting against 180-day pause. That's different for me because of where it lands. So I just want to be very clear on that.
Yeah, I would just say that if we were being asked for a pause to consider novel and new methods to ensure greater safety, that would be one thing, and I would likely support it. But a pause to go back and talk more to our residents, the implication being that somehow we don't have the pulse of what the residents we represent want. I don't think that makes a lot of sense. That's all.
I would just add that I appreciate information, data being shared with the council and the public. So, and in no way am I discarding that. Though I would argue this is a politically sensitive topic, and everybody's going to have a different perspective and about how to approach that. And so the arguments that you use to support your argument are, of course, going to be geared towards a certain perspective. When I saw the presentation and it was like all the newspaper clippings, it made me think of like a YouTube, video, and so I can see how it can quickly feel as if it's almost conspiracy theory like. But again, that's me coming from my perspective and having a certain point of view. That doesn't take away from an argument being made from a different perspective. And so, I think arguments can be made. I think solid arguments were made in regards to why there may not be as much of a concern around crime happening in our area versus, I think, areas that are a little bit more distant away. So I want to reiterate that I don't think that the idea here is that we're not considering or heeding the advice or feedback that we're getting from staff. Just different perspective in regards to how to interpret it all.
Well, I disagree with a couple of points, but you're right about we all have a perspective. And Gino, I'm not saying that you have the right to have your own perspective, just like we all do. But I'm feeding back on a comment you made about only the marina. I think that that's the only one that kind of stood out to you because maybe you were just looking at, well, what I'm looking for is something on the peninsula. If that's the only one you're looking at, that's the only one that was reported tonight. But I think that the problem is beyond the peninsula, and it's going all the way into every city in Oakland and Watsonville and Greenfield, and it goes beyond. So I just think that the crime events that have been happening in this industry are great enough that we should look longer and harder. Let me just pause because I think we're going to have a difficulty in the vote because Kim expressed that she would support 120, and we have not had a motion for that. So in difference to that, I think I feel obligated to try a motion for 120 days because we're going to be stuck with a no vote for me, and I don't know how everybody else is going to go, but it sounded like Dr. Barber was interested in 120 days.
Well, so let's take a pause for a second and let's make this the last round. So
Yeah, no,
did you have any other comments before we make a round? Okay, anybody else have anything else to add? All right, do you want to go ahead and make your
Yeah,
motion?
so I'll make a motion that we offer staff recommendation instead of 180 days to offer 120-day pause.
Second. Second.
Okay, so the motion's been made and seconded. I'll make a substitute motion to deny staff recommendation. All right, so we'll take a vote on the substitute motion first. Any other discussion? All right, all those in favor? Aye.
No.
Any opposed?
No.
Okay, sorry, where were you? Yes,
I just wanted, because there are two motions.
sorry, I should have clarified the process.
I want to.
So what happens is, rewind. What happens is we'll vote on the substitute motion first. And if the substitute motion passes, then essentially it
Mollifies.
yeah.
Okay.
So we won't move on to the alternate, the original motion that was made.
Okay.
You ready for the
Mhm.
vote? Okay, no, you're good. You're good. I apologize. I should have made sure we were all on the same page before I went into that. All right, so all in favor of the substitute motion? Aye.
No.
And okay, so we have two no. Okay, so it's a 3-2 vote, so the motion passes and there we have it.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you all for that in-depth discussion. Thank you. I was gonna ask. Stop it. Stop. All right, council comments. Who wants to start us off? All right, Alan.
Yeah, I just wanted to highlight once again two issues that members of the public have brought to us, and I hope council will address. One, Mr. Fallis and his Cannery Row project, which is, seeking approval from the Coastal Commission. I still think this council should support that. I think we should, formally, collectively sign a letter in support of that. And then Mr. Rowley has spoken to us before about the Tarpey Flats property. And I agree with him. I personally, at this time, got a lot going on. I'm not capable of putting together a ballot measure, but I think at least we should agendize it for a discussion. Do we want to do that as a council? It's going to come, that property, if the county develops it, is going to come with a lot of cost in terms of services that are likely to fall to the city of Monterey in terms of fire, police, roads, etc. And either A, we should annex it so that we get the property tax revenue to pay for the services that that development will create, or we should have an MOU with the county to make sure that we're compensated. But I think it's something we need to talk about as a council and with the community.
Who's next?
Okay.
It's you.
Just updates on some of the things. As you heard tonight, we just finished the AT&T and had fabulous time with 1,900 volunteers at AT&T serving the hospitality world as they descended on the Monterey Peninsula. Tomorrow morning is the Wharf Association meeting that I'll zoom in for. Also, Ted Terrasas is coming to be our speaker this Thursday. He'll be Zoom, so it'll make it easy for you, but he's going to be presenting at the Cannery Row Rotary, 7:30 to 8:30. If anybody's interested, let me know. I'll send you the Zoom. But he's a wealth of information and really helps us understand the world of sustainability. So Ted will be our speaker this Thursday. Yeah. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Dr. Barber.
I just forgot. So, Hans, I wanted to ask you about the award. I don't want to speak out of turn.
Yeah. You can.
You want to do an agenda with it or no? But if
I
you
have
want
it
to do an
actually,
agenda with it, I'm not going to speak about it. I know you
I have
talked
it
about it last
actually
time.
under my comments right now.
I'm sorry, please.
Yeah, it's actually the award as. the
Okay, well
first
then,
moment.
I'm going.
First thing on your list.
I'm gonna let you have that.
Perfect. Perfect.
Are you good? Okay. So from M1W World, the big thing on our last agenda was us moving forward with a consultant contract for project plans for the outfall. It's the lining of the outfall in partnership with Cal-Am so that they could potentially use our outfall for the brine from any future desal plant. So anyways, that was the big thing on our agenda, and things are tracking with the expansion project. Just to reiterate, there are two main parts to the project. There's the actual expansion of the plant, which has a completion date estimated to be May 4th of 2025. And then there's the additional injection wells, and those have a completion date of first injection of August 25th of 2025. So it looks like everything will be completed by August, though we know how public projects go. So we'll see how close to that date we actually are. But just wanted to give that update. That's it. That's it for me. I had another comment, but I'll pass for now and pass it to Hans.
Yeah, thank you so much. At the last TAMC meeting, the city of Monterey received the TAMC Excellence Award for the waterfront parking lot design. We had two phases that we completed last year, the second phase of that. And it's a moment of pause and stop and actually enjoy that we got another award for a fairly successful design. There were a few things that we still had to adjust while we were building it, but overall we completed phase 1 and phase 2, and with that also we completed the ideas that were brought forward with a specific plan for the waterfront lot that was, I think, passed in 2014. So again, thank you, Councilmember Barber, who was attending that TAMC meeting, and I think also Councilmember Smith, who is also at the TAMC board. On page 5 of the City Focus, which we published last week, Friday, we have a bunch of dates that are dates about rental assistance program, drop-in sessions at Hilltop Park, Laguna Grande Park, El Estero Park Center, at Montecito Park. Automatic license plate readers on Thursday this week at 6 p.m. at the Monterey City Council chambers, our second meeting about ALPR. This Friday, the 9th, deadline for an NCIP nominations. Next week, Thursday, the mayor and I will entertain hopefully attendees at the State of the City Address and State of the City Address 2024 here in the council chamber next week, February 15 at 7 p.m. Chocolate and wine benefit for the Monterey Public Library, Saturday, February 24th, 4 to 7 p.m. And then we are starting to hold budget priority listening sessions, picking up also on what council shared with us during the last budget discussions, that there were suggestions also made to create more engagement opportunities. Monday, February 26th at 6 p.m. at the Schulte Park Center, Thursday, February 29th at the Monterey Public Library. And then kickoff for the Old Capitol site master plan. Planning for Old Capitol site is on Tuesday, February 27th, 6 p.m. at the Casanova Oaknall Park Center. And then continuing budget priority listening session at Casanova Oak Hill Park Center on Saturday, March 2nd. And I'll leave it with that right now, as the budget community survey closes on March 10th. And again, as you heard earlier in comments, we also asked what programs do you like to cut in that survey, because everyone wants certainly always more, but sometimes it's also helpful to ask what you don't want. So that concludes my comments.
Thank you, Hans. All right. And thank you for all of you for sticking it out with us all the way to the end. Sometimes, actually, I would probably say most council meetings, the room clears out by the time we get to this point. So thank you. I appreciate y'all. All right, everybody. Have a good night. The meeting is adjourned.
Can you unplug me?
Oh, I apologize. I'm supposed to adjourn. So quickly here, please be patient with me. Our former Public Works Director and Deputy City Manager, Bill Reichmuth, passed away last Tuesday. And so as we adjourn today, I'd like to adjourn in his memory. And just to give a little bit of his bio, he was the Public Works Director from 1987, the year I was born, to 2003. From 2003 to 2006, thank you, Executive Director of TAMSI. And then from 2006 to 2009, he was the Deputy City Director for Plans and Public Works. So with that, we'll go ahead and adjourn with a moment in silence in his memory. Thank you, everybody.
One smart cookie.